please tell me if I end up in, okay.
This is the beginning of video number 1.
I don't want Allison reading my
Sean
emails.
Gouthro in the matter of Tesla versus Tripp, held at Sunshine Litigation Services on May 29th at approximately 9:07 a.m. The court reporter is Carol Hummel. I am Denise Matt, the videographer, employee of Litigation Services. This deposition is being videotaped at all times unless specified to go off the video record. When all present, please identify themselves, beginning with the witness. Mr. Gouthro.
I'm Sean Gouthro.
Plaintiff's counsel.
Allison LeBeau for Houston Hennigan on behalf of Tesla.
Steve Richards on behalf of Tesla.
Robert Mitchell and Will Fishbach on behalf of the defendant counterclaimant Martin Tripp.
And on the phone,
Aaron Forster, after Sean Gouthro.
would the court reporter please swear in the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Gouthro. I'm Robert Mitchell. Together with my law partner, Will Fishbach, and I, we represent Martin Tripp in his litigation with Tesla. Okay. Let me begin. First of all, I understand you are a former Marine. Let me get out of the way. Thanking you for your service. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're here pursuant to a subpoena that was served upon you, and as typical with most subpoenas, the subpoena asks you to bring copies of any responsive documents to a particular request, and the request in our subpoena, Ducas Tecum, asks for you to bring any and all documents in your control or possession relative to the Tesla versus Tripp matter. Do you have any documents?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me begin by going over a few general guidelines with respect to the deposition. First of all, Mr. Gouthro, you understand that your testimony here today is going to be under oath and is subject to the same penalties of perjury as if you were in a courtroom. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's important for the record that if I ask a question you don't understand, would you please tell me so or ask me to rephrase the question, and I'll be happy to do so. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. If you answer the question without asking for clarification, we will assume you understood the question. Do you understand?
Yes.
Also, because the court reporter is taking down your testimony, it's important that we answer audibly yeses or nos as opposed to ahas or ahs, because that doesn't work very well. Do you understand?
Yes.
Also, your counsel who's on the phone may object from time to time, or other counsel may object from time to time to questions that you were asked today. Unless you are specifically instructed by your own counsel not to answer a question because of some applicable privilege, you're still required to answer the question as posed to you. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Gouthro, are you on any medication or have any medical condition that would affect your ability to give testimony here today?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any other reason that you cannot give complete and accurate testimony to the best of your ability today?
No.
Thank you. First of all, let's get a little bit of your personal background, sir. What is your age?
I am 33.
And what is the address where you reside?
1085 Locomotive Court, Sparks, Nevada 89434.
Okay. Does anyone else live with you at that address?
Yes, I have a few roommates.
Okay. Are you married?
No, I am not.
Do you hold any professional licenses currently?
No.
Okay. And would you tell us what your current occupation is?
I'm a global program manager for a company called Pivotal.
Company called?
Pivotal, P-I-V-O-T-A-L.
And what kind of company is that, Mr. Gouthro?
It's a combination of like cybersecurity and also providing software services for marketing, things like that for its customers.
Okay. And I take it they're based here in Sparks?
No, they're based out of California in Palo Alto.
But they have a branch here?
No, I work remotely and travel.
I see. Let's talk about your deposition here today. Did you do anything to prepare for the deposition or read any material in advance of the deposition?
Besides just refresh my memory as best of my knowledge in regards to the statements I've given, nothing outside of that.
All right. Mr. Gouthro, just so we have a complete understanding, what did you do to refresh your recollection of the events that you're here to testify about?
Just go through some of my notes, some of the information I provided Aaron. Pretty much that's about it, just making sure that it's been a few months since I've talked about this, so.
Were those notes you made when you were employed by Tesla for business purposes with Tesla, or were they notes you made for your attorney to present and talk with your attorney about?
It's combinations, all of them, throughout the course of this timeline.
Okay. Your notes that you would have provided to your attorney are privileged, and I can't ask to see those, but notes you may have prepared in connection with, let's say the summer of 2018, those would be generally not privileged unless your lawyer suggests otherwise. So at some point in time, I'd like to ask you to go back and see if you can review those notes and see if there are notes from that time period that were not prepared specifically for your counsel, because we'd like to receive those, okay?
And for the record, we'll object to the extent that they were prepared and at the direction of Tesla's counsel, in which case Tesla may have a privilege in the documents. So we'll want to work out that issue before those documents are.
All the notes that I took were after the fact, during the course of me just coming to the surface and asking, answering questions, things like that. So there was nothing more than anything recent after my separation with Tesla.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gouthro. Have you had any discussions with anyone other than your legal counsel concerning your deposition here today?
Stu Meisner,
Okay, and he's your legal counsel?
he's not representing me anything outside of an SEC.
Right, but he is your counsel in connection with the SEC?
That's correct, yes.
All right, so I'm not going to ask you about those communications. Did you have any communications with anyone else?
No, I have not. Besides informing my current employer that I'd be here today.
All right. Mr. Gouthro, have you ever been deposed before?
No, I have not.
All right. Let me ask you a little bit about your work history. First of all, would you tell us about your education?
I currently have a master's degree right now in organizational leadership and specialization in project management.
And where is that master's degree
It
from?
was through online through Ashford University.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Ashford University online school.
And what about your bachelor's degree?
Same school. It was organizational behavior or organizational management.
Did you do both of those after you got out of the military or
It was a
during?
combination. I was doing my undergrad through TA assistance. Finished that after I got out of the military, and then my master's here recently.
Mr. Gouthro, would you tell us a little bit about your military service and experience? Where and when did you serve in the military?
I was stationed in Myanmar from 2006 through, actually, I began my enlistment in 2006, series of schools throughout the country, and then I wound up being stationed in Myanmar up and through to August of 2010.
So your service was 2006 to 2010?
That's when I went on terminal, correct, yes.
Okay, so it was a 4-year enlistment?
It was a little over 4 years of time in service and school and things of that nature, but I did take leave.
And what was your rank at the time of your departure?
I was a sergeant.
And you received an honorable discharge, of course?
That's correct.
And would you tell us a little bit of elaboration about what you did in the military?
Yes, I was a communication, navigation, and tech specialist for aircraft platforms. So we dealt with the radar systems, encryption, time of day, word of day, things of that nature.
So you had training in technology.
That's correct.
What about the security field that you later ultimately got into? Did you do anything in the military security related?
Just outside the basic core competencies, leadership and things of that nature, the military transitioned over into the security field, but since then from school and training and things of that nature, just built upon that.
Would you mind elaborating a little bit about your education, both your bachelor's degree and your master's degree, and what were the primary areas of focus? I assume there was some technology involved. Was there security involved? Can you just give us an overview of what your studies involved?
The study specifically wasn't in relation to anything security, so just getting out of the military and that emotional intelligence standpoint, it was more of just like the leadership and management of people, building upon that, and just that the civilian side of things, right? Of course, there was project management specialization, and I felt that'd be critical when dealing with large-scale projects with security or any field for that matter. So it was kind of like building upon different assets that I didn't really have anything strong with coming out of the military.
Now, you didn't mention the branch. I understand you were in the Marines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when your enlistment was approaching ending, did you know what you wanted to do afterwards? Did you have a job lined up? What was going on at that point?
It wasn't really a major focus of mine at that time. I had other local things that I was considering, but transition services in the military kind of like sparked that before you actually went on the AES. So I'd say about 2 or 3 months, towards the end of it was when we started getting pretty serious about it.
All right, would you tell us about your work experience outside of the military? What was your first job?
I was a operations manager for a company called Allied Universal. That's their current name right now. Managed a few contracts with the government side, BAE systems, things of that nature in Northern California. I did transition from SoCal to Northern California for that in San Jose. From there, I took several promotions and was a national portfolio manager for Boeing, managing their security program and aviation services. From there, we did pick up a client called Facebook, was managing a project for them in their security operations center. From there, I went internal from a promotion to go internal instead of being a contractor. From there to Tesla, and from Tesla to here.
Now, I'm assuming that this all took place after your military service?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you go to the Marines right after high school?
No, so I did about 2 years after high school is when I transitioned into the military. I graduated 2004 and then subsequently 2006 when I started my life.
Did you do similar type work from 2004 to 2006, or what did you do then?
I was actually getting my private pilot license through Embry-Riddle. I graduated in Florida, so I got my license there for a year. Starting to bill hours. My original idea was to become a certified flight instructor at some period in time, right? So I got my private pilot license, my multi-engine rating. I was working on my commercial and couldn't afford $10,000 a month in training, so transitioned to the military.
Do you still have your private pilot's license?
I have that in my ratings, but I'm not current with the FAA.
Okay. Tell us how your first job transitioned into the security-related field. What made that happen, or what attracted you to that particular line of work?
I really can't recall, the initiative behind it, but it was more of the fact that, it was the physical security aspects of it, right? And that was our main function in the military, was just to protect things and the people, assets in the community and things like that. So from a job description perspective, it seemed to be pretty translatable. So.
Now, I think I read in one of the articles that you were interviewed, you had talked about your time working with Facebook, and can you elaborate on a little bit what kind of security work did you do with respect to Facebook?
Initially going in, it was more of a project management surrounding the performance of their Global Security Operations Center. So it was pretty much a customer service center where everything from the company would actually come into there, whether it was investigations, travel safety, executive protection, things of that nature. And then we also had a portion from an intel standpoint where we would have different parts of the organization bring things to our attention from Facebook Live. And we would have to assess that, whether or not it violated, the user agreement, things of that nature. So we focused on murders, suicides, child abduction, human trafficking, things of that nature. So it get brought to us from a different organization in Facebook or different department called Community Operations, and it would get brought to us. We'd stream the video, and the intel analysts would do two things. Assess if it violated with our legal team. Number two, we would try and see if it did violate, if there was a life in jeopardy, we would get in contact with the legal on-call, and then InfoSec to ping the device, and then we get in contact with local authorities. So that was another major aspect of that.
So this was more than just determining whether something that was posted met Facebook's community standards. It was, you were looking for dangerous situations to deal with if necessary. Is that
That's
right?
correct. Yeah, if someone's life was in jeopardy.
And I assume that necessitated quick action on both Facebook's part and your part?
Yeah, we had certain KPIs between 1 and 3 minutes at different standpoints of the timeline, whether we had about 1.5 to 2 minutes to determine that. We had about 3 minutes from there to actually have an answer from legal and IOPS to actually get that taken care of. And that's
About 3 minutes to have.
Yeah, so between 3 and 5 minutes, we had to actually be taking action and making phone calls to local authorities if that were to take place.
Did Facebook have a procedure for evaluating whether a potential situation called to its attention was a potential emergency or dangerous situation?
Absolutely. Many procedures.
And who developed those procedures?
All sorts of, we had legal, we had information security or InfoSec, we had our team, the global security team, we had internal comms, external comms, employment law. There's a Quite a few. I mean, it had to be benchmarked with all of us, but it had to be approved essentially by the legal team just to make sure that we're in line with what Facebook was intending to do.
Was your employer also involved and you involved in helping review and establish those response criteria?
A lot of the procedures were provided to me and my team, but they would benchmark us to see if they worked or not, and we would actually, we'd get together and see how we can improve the process, but yes.
Now, how long did you do that work for Facebook?
About a year and a half.
Now, I read in one of the articles, I think you were quoted as that was stressful.
Very.
Okay. Could you elaborate just briefly on that?
The job itself, working for the company was extremely enjoyable, right? They took care of their employees very well. Outside of that, we also dealt with Amber Alerts as well. So it was more of the impact of, if you weren't on top of your game, if you were not mentally there, if you didn't have a full staff, things of that nature, that it would impact other individuals, like, finding a child or, dealing with somebody who was about to commit suicide or things of that nature. So it became stressful by nature just to make sure that, you were fully there and aware, just to make sure that we were doing the best that we could.
I see. Did you transition, was it from that position that you transitioned over to Tesla?
That's correct.
And when did you go to Tesla?
It was January of 2000, what's 19 now? 2018. I believe it was January or December of 2017, January 2018.
All right, so, let me give you a frame of reference. The issues in dispute in our case involving Martin Tripp took place in roughly June of 2018. Had you been there 6 months, or had you been there a year and a half?
That's correct. No, about 6 months.
All right.
Yes.
And tell me about the process of your joining Tesla. Did you apply to Tesla? Were you recruited to Tesla? How did that come about?
I had applied, yes.
And what caused you to think to apply to Tesla?
A lot of different things happened at Facebook. I also was going through a separation with my wife at the time, and they had relocated, so there was a cost of living factor there as well. I was also looking for something where, working for a major company like Facebook, everything's already established pretty much. I know that Tesla at the Gigafactory had not much built. It was still pretty much a immature program for that matter. Meaning that it wasn't fully established, right? They were still building upon it and things of that nature. So I talked to Andy, who had reached out to me based off my application, Andy Cerrone, and we had talked, and it was more about the fulfillment impact of actually, starting a program from the beginning on up. And I also had personal things about the cost of living, being closer to the children, things of that nature. So there's a combination of things that, caused that transition.
Now, did you respond to a posting that Tesla had made for the position?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
And you described someone named Andy
Cerrone.
Who is he?
At the time of the beginning of my employment, he was the senior security manager for Gigafactory 1 here in Sparks.
All right. And so you spoke with him. What position were you interviewing for initially?
It was the security operations and investigation supervisor at the time.
And would you describe the security department at Tesla at the time you first started with Tesla? How big was it?
It wasn't that big at the time. There was only about 3 or 4 of us that were peers. And there was a combination of a supervisor for badging, supervisor for physical security, there's a supervisor for myself, security operations and investigations, and a couple of individuals that were just based off of shifts, right, because it was broken down in the day swing and grave shift, who all reported to Andy Cerrone at that time, who would report to, at the time, it was Greg Slivet, who was the senior manager, I believe, for all security here.
Company-wide?
That is correct.
And what was his name?
Greg Slivet.
Greg Slivet?
Yes.
And so you say there were about 4 of you that were on the similar level, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And how was your particular focus different than the other people on the same level?
They were more focused on the physical security attributes, the badging, access control, things of that nature for the facility. My main focus was actually building the security operations center and starting more of the video review / investigation process that we would have that would connect with the legal and HR teams that were already established there.
And what would be the type of matter that was contemplated you would be investigating?
It really really came down, I mean, every facility is different, right? Especially when it comes from a production standpoint, a lot of construction versus what I dealt with at Facebook. So, going into it was a standard idea that you would have a lot of theft, a lot of workplace violence issues you would have to just review. It could be anything from verbal, physical altercations, drugs, stolen items. It could be anything from a breach of information security, things of that nature. A whole series of things.
Was it contemplated the scope of your work would be limited to the Gigafactory in Sparks, Nevada?
That's correct. That was my main focus.
Okay. And did you have an office there?
Yes, I did.
And tell me how the department changed over the course of the time you were there. By the way, before we talk about that, when did you leave Tesla officially?
It was December 11th or 12th.
Of 18?
Approximate at that time. Yes, that is correct.
Tell us how the security department changed over that course of time period.
There were quite a few changes. I mean, the program was growing exponentially as time went on. The more that program was becoming established, our PR was getting out there, right? People started to know to come to us with certain things, so naturally we were uncovering a lot of things that people probably were naturally just not reporting, or they just understood that there was that support mechanism that was there. Also during that time, Andy Cerrone had been let go from the organization, so we were missing that senior level leadership at that site, at which point there was a lot of major changes at the top as well.
When did Andy leave?
I believe that was May of 2018.
2018?
That's correct, yes.
And did someone assume his position as the senior person of security for the...
It was twofold. So to answer your question, yes, Greg Slevitt, who was his boss, took over and was playing the interim role as his senior leader level of his senior level of leadership at that time, but he was also fulfilling our direct management. So essentially we just took out one person and we reported a one-person hire. However, during the course of that time, there were some changes at that senior level, and then Jeff Jones from Uber came in and had assumed that role for us. Greg Slevitt still stayed in a similar capacity, but was not our senior level leadership anymore at that time.
And then who took that position?
Jeff Jones.
Now, I've seen in some publications it was suggested that your title was head of Tesla Global Security. Is that correct?
No, not at all.
Okay. What was your title?
It was just what I had told you. It was the Security Operations Center and Investigations Supervisor.
All right. And did that position or that title change over time?
The title didn't change, but the responsibilities grew quite a bit.
Could you describe that for me?
It was pretty much program related. We had, as soon as we started creating the foundation of what we actually needed when it came to training, dispatching, customer service, things of that nature, we started building other programs such as support with the EP team. We started doing social media monitoring within reason. The investigations were growing, and that's what took a lot of my time. Anywhere from for 2018, we had over 800 different requests of investigations. And investigations meant essentially from our department that we were receiving requests for video reviews. So we would cooperate the situation by looking at video, right? And depending upon the situation, we'd automatically get legal, employment law, employment relations involved to let them know that we're actually putting this together. And then from there, we would release the information as appropriate to substantiate whether it was a conclusive or not conclusive claim, and then they would action the discipline or whatever resulted from that. But a lot of that required, new best practices, right? Recruiting and bringing on more people to support that kind of workload. We didn't have any local leadership for guidance, so we were, based that off of Jeff Jones, and he had a lot to do, right? There was a global program that he was building, so we were doing the best that we could to, do what we thought was best while still maintaining alignment with global security. So a lot of different changes were taking place, and then obviously developing KPIs, benchmarking with HR, employment law, and exactly what they wanted to do. So it wasn't the fact that my title, it wasn't that I was picking up more job functions. It was more that the program was growing very, very fast, and we had to develop other mechanisms internally to keep up with that.
Do you have any knowledge of what Jeff Jones' background is?
Yes.
What is it?
He believed he was a senior security director. I'm not sure exactly what his title was, but for Uber. So he was the head of security for all of Uber, to my knowledge.
Now, was Mr. Jones or you involved in helping develop security procedures for Tesla?
Absolutely.
And tell me what that consisted of, particularly with respect to your participation.
Jeff Jones would provide the strategy and the guidance on what his vision was. It was up to us and other people at different locations to come up with those best practices based off our experience and knowledge. And then, of course, it'd be reviewed and put into place as appropriate.
Did you offer commentary to those procedures?
Yes.
And did you feel that your suggestions were listened to or considered?
Yes and no.
Let's talk about, you'd mentioned earlier that that one of the things that you did was you had occasion to monitor social media activity. I assume that's of employees, right?
Yes.
And putting Martin Tripp aside, who we'll spend some time talking about momentarily, what would be the typical kind of occasion where your department would be asked to monitor social media of an employee?
It'd be twofold. So it'd be active employees who were there at the site. So we would have geofenced situations where if anybody had their social media on public, right, so they'd be in line with the release of information. It'd be up to them to make sure that, they were the ones releasing information to public, like Twitter, Snapchat, things of that nature. We'd be more focused on NDA violations where people were actually live streaming inside the facility, right, and it would pop up on an application called, it was a TweetDeck, and then there was also one for Snapchat where if anybody was publicly posting within the facility, it'd pop up on a monitor and we could actually watch that video to determine whether or not it was an NDA violation or things that needed to be escalated. There are also other situations to where if it was somebody of significance, like Elon himself, or with Martin Tripp, or any other individuals where there was actually media involvement or things of that nature, we would actually do brilliant logic where we would actually track Elon Musk, Martin Tripp, things of that, keywords to where if there was actually anything going on social media, we'd actually be able to see and review it just for awareness.
I see. Let's talk about the first 5 months, and we'll again leave Martin Tripp to the side for a moment. Were there occasions where, well, first of all, how pervasive was the issue of people broadcasting either photos or video of the inside of the Gigafactory?
Good.
Based upon your experience, how prevalent did that occur?
When we actually started monitoring, it was about 3 to 6 a day, and that's approximate. And there wasn't a day that went by where there wasn't video being posted.
And was it prohibited to have any video, or were there just certain things that were confidential and secure?
Based off the NDA, it really depended upon the location in the Gigafactory where you were, right? The NDA specifically called out there was no recording or any use of, taking pictures of that nature. When it came to certain areas of the production line, anything like that where there's proprietary information or functions or things taking place, then yes, it was a violation of that. So it wouldn't be a matter of the fact that if a video popped up, it'd be an automatic violation, but it'd be up to us to review that and ensure that there wasn't a release of the Model 3 line, right, being posted to the internet, or anything that could jeopardize any proprietary information or affect production from that perspective.
Mr. Gouthro, let's talk about Martin Tripp. How did you first become familiar with who Martin Tripp is?
When Jeff Jones first came on board, I'd say a couple weeks afterwards, he started bringing other people from Uber and, just making new hires, right, creating positions that needed to take place. He was pretty much building a global team, right, which is what his responsibility was. I first became aware of Martin Tripp when Nick Jacinto came on board.
Can you give me an approximate time frame, if you can?
I'd say that was, and this is approximate, about middle of May, beginning of May, that time frame.
2018?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and tell me how it became that you became familiar with Martin Tripp as a result of that.
Nick Jacinto was going to be the head of global investigations. He was the one in charge of all that. He also brought over an individual named Jake Nacone at that time, and there was also several contractors that were brought with him. And they came to the site, number one, to do a meet and greet, but two, for I'm not sure how they became aware, but I was made aware of Martin Tripp, to answer your question, because they were there to investigate that situation as it was unfolding.
And do you have an approximate sense of when that investigation commenced? Was it in May or was it in June?
My involvement started when he first showed up to that site, which is the same time frame when I met him. It was the same day. It was about
You're talking about Jeff Jones?
when Nick Jacinto came up.
Nick Jacinto.
I'm sorry, yes.
Do you have any sense of whether that was in May or June of 2018?
That was the beginning of May, middle of May.
Okay, so before the June 4th Business Insider article came out, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
And before that article came out, why was it that, if you can recall, that Martin Tripp was being monitored?
Because there was they were monitoring him because there was information that was being released. Now, the details of what brought it to their attention at their level, I can't speak to. But my involvement came in very abruptly, just understanding that when it came to badge records, when it came to where he was and where he worked, and starting to paint a picture of what location he was at, his patterns and stuff like that, from my perspective, again, going back to my scope of work from a video review standpoint, we were watching him very closely from my perspective to give him the information he needed to conduct a more thorough investigation.
Mr. Gouthro, just so we have a better record and understanding of the situation, let's try to isolate the time period from when you were first introduced to who Martin Tripp was and the activity with respect to monitoring him, up until the date of the June 4th, 2018 article in Business Insider. Can you tell me during that time period what kind of monitoring or investigation was done of Mr. Tripp at that time?
During that time, at the beginning of my involvement, I can't speak to exactly to the extent of what it was up until a particular day after the Business Insider Journal was released, where he was brought into a room with HR VPs and other people, and we were actually monitoring different things from that perspective. But up until that point, my scope of work was limited to give them the information of what they required. I'm not sure exactly how they were monitoring him or what they were doing up until that point. But I can't speak to that up until the day of the, I wouldn't say interrogation, but more of a more in-depth questioning, if you will.
All right. So from the time period where you first heard of him up until after the article came out, what responsibilities, if any, did you undertake to perform relative to Martin Tripp, if any?
Again, it was more of understanding his pattern of movement, where he was located, understanding when he came in and off the site, and just giving all that information to them. There were certain times where there were particular dates that they would ask to see if he was on the site or not, because they were starting to paint more of a broader picture of what they're looking for. But again, up until that point, that was my responsibility before things started to heat up and escalate.
So basically, during that time period we're talking about, the first introduction to who Martin Tripp was up until after the article was performed, the limit of your responsibilities was simply responding to requests for information.
Yes.
And that involved, you talked about some surveillance. Was that purely just you or staff monitoring where he was, what he was doing at the Gigafactory?
That's correct.
Did that involve any use of private investigators?
Not at that time.
Did it involve any surveillance of him outside of the Gigafactory?
Not at that time.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the article that came out on June 4th. When did you first become aware of that article?
The day it was released.
The day it was released? And how did it come to your attention?
It was brought to my attention from, a lot of it was word of mouth, but I also had a direct conversation with Nick and Jake in regards to, what next steps would be.
And tell me, when the article came out, who did you specifically discuss the article with?
I discussed it with Nick and Jake.
And just for the record, could you say their last names for
Nick
us?
Jacinto and Jake Nacombe. Yeah.
Okay. And so you spoke with them on June 4th, the day it came out?
Correct.
Do you recall, tell us as best you can recall what you discussed with them?
It was just in regards to what it was, what was on the article. At this point it was public, right? So there's a lot of word of mouth and a lot of rumors going around on the office and around the company, or not company, but the site as well. But at that point, Nick and Jake, just pretty much, the stress levels went up, right? So, I know that Elon and Nick Jacinto and Elon had a direct line of communication because Elon was expecting updates, right? But it was more of just talking about the content of it, how we got the information to them, speculation at that point, right? And then also just how much his workload just tripled essentially at that point. So
I see. Let's mark a copy of the article. Do we have a convention with the deposition exhibits?
I've been doing it to start fresh each deposition.
All right, let's do that.
Can we just have a one?
One, yes. Simple is always good. Thank you. By the way, I didn't mention, Mr. Gouthro, anytime you'd like to take a break, just let me know and we'll do that. And especially with your counsel being on the phone, if you want to take a break and have a discussion with him, you're totally entitled to do that, okay?
Appreciate that, yeah.
We'll take a short break here momentarily, unless you're needing to do so right away.
No, I'm fine for right now.
Okay. All right, I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, which is an article that was published in the Business Insider on June 4, 2018. The author is someone named Lynette Lopez. This is the article you were referring to earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
And tell me, first of all, what was your reaction to the article when you read it?
I didn't read the article fully at that time. At that point, I was just with work and everything going on, new requests and things escalating. My main focus was making sure that I continued to support Nick in every, facet that he required.
When you discussed this article with Nick, what did he tell you about the article?
Again, going back to my original statement, it was just more about the strategy moving forward. We didn't really discuss the article in detail, per se, but other than that, I can't recall fully about the conversation that took place.
Let me talk to you about some of the statements in the article that you may or may not have any knowledge of, but I'd like to find out. On the first page in bold type and the bullet points at the bottom, it refers to documents reviewed by Business Insider show that scrap of the Gigafactory may have cost the company at least $150 million. What do you know about that? You can answer.
What do I know about that?
Yeah, about that statement, that allegation.
So we had a massive issue. So from my perspective, when I was, doing the investigations or doing video reviews and building that program, what we did notice is that there was no control measures going in and out of the facility to understand what scrap was coming in or coming out. Meaning that, somebody can come in with like 10,000 pounds of aluminum and drop off a certain portion of it, right, or drop it all off, but we had no control measures from a quality assurance perspective to understand that when somebody was leaving that facility, if they were at the weight they should be, or if they were at more weight or things like that. There's no weight scales or quality assurance measures that were in place for that. And what we noticed is that, connecting that dot, that we had stolen raw material and thefts that were being brought to our attention in our department that we had to review, right? So we started seeing an uptick in that. There was, part of my responsibility was to benchmark with other people within the organization to understand, what's your vision, what's mine, or what's going on your end, what's going on mine, how can we connect the dots to kind of close that connection. And Alexis Ramponi was a manager for the quality assurance program, I believe, or he worked for DuPoc, underneath DuPoc, and we would have that discussion about when he was doing his audits, he would notice that there was a lot of money that was missing when it came to that. So $150 million was brought up originally in conversation by Andy Cerrone as well. That was brought to our attention he had a meeting with senior leadership, and that number was being thrown around quite a bit in regards to missing materials or just from a financial perspective that there was a gap that was connected to raw material being stolen or lack of quality control measures internally or waste or a combination of the three, right? So my involvement was, once that was brought to my attention, that we needed to, number one, increase our security measures, whether it was physical attributes like gates, understanding that Fremont at the time had a weight scale process already in place, so benchmarking with them to put that there at the Gigafactory to reduce that loss, and things of that nature. So I hope that kind of answers your question, but that was how that was brought to my attention. That kind of gives a little more background to that statement.
It does, and I appreciate the elaboration. With respect to that statement, if it turns out that Mr. Tripp had been the source of that statement to this reporter, based upon what you've just described and what you personally saw and observed and heard at the Gigafactory, that statement certainly is consistent with the concerns that you looked at and you heard others discuss, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
Do you need it read back to you, or can you answer the question?
Read back to me, please.
Would you mind?
Mr. Tripp, I'm sorry. I appreciate the elaboration, excuse me. With respect to that Mr. Tripp had been the source of that statement to this reporter. Based upon what you just described and what you personally saw and observed and heard at the Gigafactory, that statement is consistent with the concern that you looked at and you heard others discuss?
Yes.
If you would, Mr. Gouthro, would you turn to the third page of this article? And please stop me if there's anything you want to look at and peruse. I'm going to direct you to what I'm interested in, but if you need to read something to understand the context, by all means. The third paragraph, it starts out a specific example for you. In February, a misprogrammed robot that handles battery modules repeatedly punctured through the plastic housing called a clamshell and into some battery cells, the employee said. Was that an occurrence that you were familiar with when you were at Tesla?
You know, from that perspective or any other safety issues, yes, that's something that took place.
And you were aware of that having happened, that this robot would puncture these battery cells on the production line?
Well, it was called a clamshell. I'm not really familiar with that terminology, but, you know, there would be production issues that would take place, yes.
And were you familiar at the time with this particular one that's described as a robot puncturing certain parts?
No. Unless you can give me a time frame. I mean, I've heard of this happening, but if we're talking about one specific example in February, I was not familiar with that.
And that's fine if you don't have personal knowledge, and all I'm interested in is your personal knowledge. But at the time you were in security at Tesla, had you heard of punctures of parts taking place at the factory?
Absolutely. So our response, I mean, the reason why we'd be aware of stuff like that, because it would be reported to us. So safety or EH&S would also ask for video review footage of it so they can do their part of that, right? Also from a hazmat perspective or response or, you know, us needing to, you know, kind of cordoned off the area, it was more of the response to those kind of issues that we're involved in, right?
And what was your role or responsibility in connection with that particular occurrence?
So mine specifically, again, going back to the beginning of the conversation, I did have peers, right? They're more responsible for the physical attributes of the personnel that were there. So we'd have to actually, if there was an issue, EH&S and safety would be responding with us, right? Or EMTs that we had on site if there was a medical emergency or an injury from that. So, you know, again, if there's a hazmat issue or if there's a major stop or if there was an actual safety issue, then everybody would join forces and make sure that that was being taken care of while production got back up to speed. But my role specifically was understanding if we had cameras in the area, whether it's in the production line or locally, right, to understand if it was a malicious situation or a technology break. And that was the main responsibility for me, was to understand that it looks like that this machine broke on its own accord, or in certain cases we had malicious intent that took place that would actually break the machinery. So that was my main responsibility when it comes to these types of examples.
I see. And let me get another point of clarification. When this June 4th article came out, was your primary focus to find out who was the source of this information?
Me? No. That was not my responsibility, no.
Okay. What was your responsibility vis-a-vis this article, if any?
Just based off, my responsibility was the increase in information, or just the increase, so at this point in time, Nick was leading this, right? So there's a lot of things that he did behind the scenes that at that time I wasn't aware of, to what extent was going on with him and Jake or the contractors that are being brought in. But it was an increase in information, or an increase in understanding where he was at all times, right? Understanding where his laptop was, where he worked, if he had any, do we see him with any other backpacks, was he here on this date, was he here on this date, do you see him working with this individual? And it came down to identifying, individuals that he was seen walking with, and understanding that if we could see it on camera, if we could be able to trace them through the facility to where they badged in and get an actual identification of the people he was interacting with. So again, it wasn't the fact that my roles changed, but the increase in requests was double or triple after this article came out, if that makes sense.
It does. Did you, or are you aware of someone else at Tesla that was charged with the responsibility of trying to ascertain whether this information contained in the June 4th article was true?
Not to my knowledge.
So you weren't privy to any communications where someone at Tesla said, we need to get to the bottom of this and find out if some of these things about the punctured batteries or the huge amounts of waste or scrap at the factory is accurate?
Wait, objection real quick. Calls for speculation, lacks foundation, assumes facts, not evidence.
Okay. The only individual that I worked with that had any sort of responsibility to those parts of it was Alexis Ramponi. And we discussed it in length, not particularly because of the article, but just because of the fact that as soon as that article came out, there was a lot of questions and, preventative measures that were going to be put in place, or just an understanding of what's really going on, right? So, I was in a couple of conference calls where it was being brought up, but the dates are, things of that nature I can't really recall, so.
All right. On the same page at the bottom, the third page, on the last paragraph, it says, Business Insider also reviewed dozens of pictures of scrap piled inside the Gigafactory. Some of it is flammable material used to create lithium batteries. Our source said that some of these batteries presented a hazard as they're connected. Did the scope of your responsibilities involve safety issues such as this situation that's being described in this paragraph?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Tesla regarding that once this publication released this information?
So in regards to...
Wait, objection, vague and ambiguous.
In regards to safety issues or things such as this, our involvement, again, came down to any after-action situations, right? If we came across any sort of unsafe situations, like whether we had officers out on patrol, or, we came across it subsequently in any way, we have a responsibility to report that, which there were several times that would happen. But again, when situations like this would take place, or there's a safety or an OSHA violation, or there's a fire, we've had that before, we would be brought into it from an after-action perspective to see what the root cause was and what can we do better, or what should we be doing moving forward. The responsibility of the flammable materials, or, the scrap material or things like that wasn't our wheelhouse, but our visibility was there, absolutely.
Mr. Gouthro, that's a very helpful answer. It helps me understand. I guess the only follow-up question I would ask is, were you privy to any conversations with anyone regarding this flammable material concern expressed in this article after the article came out?
No. Again, if we're asking the question about this one particular case that they're referring to, no. But there are a lot of different issues that are very similar to that took place after the fact and before the fact.
That you were privy to?
Absolutely.
And describe the nature of those concerns.
At the end of the day, it's like the production is going very fast, right? Numbers meet the quota. And it came down to just bad practices sometimes where things get piled up or it wasn't properly disposed of or things of that nature. And we've actually had site fires that took place during my time.
In the factory?
Yes. Yes, and outside the factory as well.
And were they caused by the batteries themselves, or the battery materials?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation and expert testimony.
And were you involved in those investigations?
So the fire that took place outside from a lithium battery that took place, I was involved in, and yes, that is on record. Or not record, but it does exist. We had, fire department, everybody showed, we had a battery cell that exploded essentially outside and caused a fire.
Where was the battery cell located that exploded?
It was on, so if you're looking at the Gigafactory, it was on the back side of the factory, about middle, back side of the factory where a lot of the battery cells are kept.
And were these discarded scrap pieces of battery material, or were these new, ready-to-go materials?
Those batteries were actually discarded scrap batteries.
Okay. And was some of the scrap discarded in trailers that were located in the parking lot of the Gigafactory?
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know.
In trailers?
Yeah.
So yes, there were new batteries that were being brought in, but they were kept off-site at the parking lot if you're looking at the Gigafactory from the front to the west, I believe. And that's when new batteries and new parts are coming in. But yes, batteries are being held in trailers, to answer your question.
Were those good batteries, or were those scrap batteries?
Those are good batteries.
Was there any scrap that was stored in trailers on site?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
And you have personal knowledge of that, don't you?
Correct.
You've walked the site?
Yes.
I assume in your role, you had many occasions to walk the entire factory inside and out?
It was common knowledge that that's what took place. I mean, that's how things were taken out, right? Semi-trucks and things like that. So it'd be stored, staged, and loaded into semi-trucks. But again, my involvement mostly from that side was common knowledge, and walking the site, to your point, is that we had thefts right there taking place. So, from a video review perspective, we would have to, understand that, hey, this is where they reported this being stolen, this is where I'm going to watch, this is, of course, you see them being put on trailers, and they were just even staged outside, and whether it was company pickup trucks, construction-owned materials, things like that, of course, all that took place, yes.
And because of your roles and responsibility for looking for theft and the like taking place at the site, you would personally have knowledge of where property is located, what it's used for, what's stored there, correct?
It was required because I couldn't put a report together or give my professional opinion unless I knew the facts of what was really taking place, whether it was something that should be there, not be there. If it was a special project where they just needed more space. So there are a lot of different attributes that we would have to know just to make sure that when I say that this is conclusive or inconclusive, this is my reasoning why.
Now, this parking lot to the west of the facility where the trailers were located, can you give us a sense in the spring of 2018 approximately how many trailers were out there?
In the spring?
Yeah, late spring.
I can't. I mean, there's, at one point during the end of my tenure, there was hundreds of trailers out there, so from the springtime to that, I'd be approximating, but I never saw anything less than 2 full rows, and that's about 100 yards in length, so I'd say at least 50 at any point in time, but it grew pretty big.
And how much of that, to your recollection, was used to store scrap versus materials that would be shipped to Fremont or other places for?
I do not know that.
Okay. Did you have a sense as to whether it was the majority of the trailers were used to store scrap, or could you say?
No, I could not say.
All right. This would probably be a good place for a restroom break.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going off the video record. The time is 10 a.m. This is the beginning of media number 2 and the continuing deposition of Sean Gouthro. We're back on the video record at 10:15.
Mr. Gouthro, after the June 4, 2018 Business Insider article came out, were you instructed to investigate and find the identity of the person who had supplied the information to the reporter?
I'm sorry?
Asked and answered.
Oh, okay. Directly, no.
Do you know who at Tesla was tasked with that responsibility?
That was Nick.
And did Nick tell you what was done in order to ascertain the identity of the person who supplied the information to the reporter?
In summary.
And what were you told?
Essentially, between Nick and Jake and the couple contractors they had there with them, through some some means they were able to identify that Martin Tripp was an individual of interest. So not being tasked with trying to find or identify Martin Tripp was not my responsibility, but at the time of the release of the article, they had Martin Tripp as a person of interest, at which point I was to supplement the information to identify, is this a person on camera, Martin Tripp, people that he was talking to. And of course, that was a means of the video review process and backtracking to a badge stamp so that we could identify an actual name to a face. So that was, to answer your question, no, I was not tasked individually, but Nick and team had him as a person of interest at that time of the release of the article through some means that I'm not aware of.
And you'd mentioned that you had been asked to provide information about Mr. Tripp prior to the article coming out. Can you pinpoint at all when you think the first time it was? Was it like within a week or two of the article, or do you have any sense at all?
It was way before that, in my opinion. It was within the first 2 weeks of Nick being there. So at the beginning of May, there was a period of time where Martin Tripp was a person of interest before the article was released. The exact time frame I cannot recall, but it was, to answer your question, before the release of the article.
Now, you talked
Can I just confirm, is Aaron still on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. You mentioned before the break, you talked about Mr. Tripp's laptop. Was his laptop the property of Tesla?
One was, he had a personal and a work.
And did he typically bring them both to work?
No.
What, did he just bring the Tesla laptop?
I can't answer specifically, but most of the times when I was actually looking for it on camera or seeing if he had it in his possession, it was his work laptop, yes.
Okay.
But there were periods of time where he had both laptops, but I can't speculate the percentage of what it would be.
Mr. Gouthro, have you been provided with and have you looked at Tesla's complaint in this case?
No.
Let's mark this as the list. Yes. You know, I goofed up. I gave you my highlighted copy. Would you mark a different one? Yes. Mr. Gouthro, I've handed you Exhibit 2, and this is a copy of the lawsuit complaint filed by Tesla against Mr. Tripp in this action. I want to direct your attention to an allegation made on page 3 of the complaint, paragraph 16, and in that allegation, Tesla alleges, while its investigation is still in the early stages, and of course in context this was filed on June 2018, it says Tesla has also discovered that Tripp authored hacking software and placed it onto the computer systems of 3 other individuals at the company so that confidential Tesla data could be persistently exported off its network from these other systems to unknown third parties. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, let me ask you about this. Could Tesla have installed the purported software on the other laptops when they took them for the alleged routine inspection?
Is it possible?
Objection.
Yes.
For speculation, incomplete, hypothetical, lacks foundation.
Not being a subject matter expert on that particular type of software, what we're talking about specifically, I can't answer that question.
Well, do you have any personal information or knowledge with respect to this allegation in paragraph 16?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Going back to my original statement surrounding understanding who Martin Tripp was talking to or trying to identify people that we saw him working with, whether it was work-related or not, there were 2 other individuals, to my knowledge, that I had to identify. I can't recall their names off the top of my head, just so I can say that now. But they were brought in and they were questioned by Jake and Nick. And at the time, there was a discussion between Nick, Jake, and I, and a couple other individuals, those contractors that they were working with, that based off of the understanding of how the information could have been released, that there was some sort of, whether it was software, malware, where the case may have been, that was releasing the information that was based off of the live information that Tesla had on production numbers and things like that. That was at that time a theory, and that's what those other individuals I had told you about that were brought for questioning, that was the main reasoning for that. Their computers were confiscated and their hard drives were re-imaged. Not re-imaged, but they were imaged.
Do you know the names of those two other individuals?
No.
Do you recall even just the first name of them?
No.
And do you remember what their positions were at Tesla?
No. My responsibility again was to identify their name, what time they worked, the expected date of their return, because some of them had different schedules, A shift, B shift, or C shift, and then getting them to the room in which they were being questioned.
Now, this seems to imply that Mr. Tripp somehow put certain software on these other laptops for these other individual employees of Tesla. Is that what was discussed in these meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Did that ultimately prove to be the case?
I don't.
Lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
I was not there for the actual conclusion of that, but there was enough aggravating circumstances for them. And the senior IT individual's name is Andrew Littemeyer. There was enough that was discussed between employment law and employment relations or whoever else was there to get the authorization to take their computers and actually go through it. So it was discussed, and it was the possibility that they were thinking about at the time.
All right, but do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not such authored hacking software was installed on those computers by Mr. Tripp?
I do not, to answer your question. Again, it was strongly suggested, and that's why we went down that path. But the results of the imaging of the hard drives or what took place with those individuals after the fact, whether it was a conversation with the HRBP or the result of such investigation, I was not privy to that information.
Okay. But just so we're clear in terms of what your knowledge is, at no time were you provided with conclusions that verified the suspicion?
That is correct. For this particular paragraph.
Did anyone hack into Mr. Tripp's phone as part of the investigation by Tesla of Mr. Tripp, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And tell us about that, please.
During the course of when Mr. Tripp was brought in, he was with Amari. The date, I don't know exactly. Amari Henderson was his HRBP. He was taken into a room across the hall from the room that Nick and team was accompanying. During the time that he was being questioned directly on the article, theories, what did you do, how did you do it, were you involved, things of that nature. Again, me not being a subject matter expert, but while he was in the room, they were monitoring outgoing information to see if he was talking to those other individuals that we were suspecting that he may have put the software on, or still trying to identify, who else may have been involved during that time. So that being said, we are seeing emails going out. I saw that there was text messages that were popping up that Andrew Littemeyer was reading out. I'm not sure exactly how that was taking place, but I concluded that that was a possibility. And again, at the same time, there was pictures that were popping up on his personal cell phone that were coming up, or a cell phone that was coming up. So again, what we were also trying to understand is that some of the images or the information that was given to the business insider, who else he was talking to, we're also understanding, was it saved on his cell phone or his computer, just kind of connect that dot that he was involved with the actual information that was released. So to answer your question, yes.
What software was used to hack into his personal cell phone?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. But you were told, in fact, that his telephone was hacked into.
I was never told that
State's prior testimony.
I was never told directly that his personal cell phone was hacked, but the information that we were looking and reading into insinuated that, if he's talking to his wife or he's talking to other people, that yes, that was the matter of the fact.
Okay, so you were personally involved in doing that hacking?
I was in the room while it was taking place.
Okay. And where was that room?
As soon as you walk up the stairs, stairwell 22, from the main doors, you go through the lobby, you go up the door. I don't remember the name of it. I think it was Ponderosa was the name of the conference room, but it's the first conference room on the left as you walk up the main stairwell on your way to the cafeteria.
And this is where the lengthy interview of Mr. Tripp took place?
His actual interview was taking place across the hall in an adjacent conference room. The conference room that I'm describing was the one that Nick and team were using as their operational center, if you will.
Was this a company cell phone or a personal cell phone?
Objection calls for speculation, explanation.
The information, I don't know what cell phone was being monitored. It was just the information that was being monitored and read out loud would insinuate, in my opinion, that it was both or one or the other. I can't answer that question.
Do you know if Tesla provided cell phones to people in the position that Mr. Tripp was in?
No, they do not.
Are you privy to information that would suggest to you that Elon Musk knew of the hacking into Mr. Tripp's phone?
No.
Was Mr. Tripp ever followed by any Tesla personnel?
Yes.
Objection to the extent it calls for privileged communications with counsel and activities taken under the direction of counsel.
What was your, were you involved in arranging for a personal investigator to follow Mr. Tripp?
Yes.
Objection calls for privileged communications with counsel and activities taken under the direction of counsel.
If he was involved in arranging for a private investigator, the act of doing that would not be a privileged communication with counsel, I'm sorry. So tell us about your arranging of a private investigator to follow Mr. Tripp.
It was
Objection.
Jeff Jones was the individual from a PO perspective and a cost perspective to arrange for a PI team. My involvement was from an operational standpoint. Going back to my scope of work, from a security operations standpoint, my responsibility was to stay in communication with the PI team, and if there's anything of significance, then whether it's through the radio or through cell phone, right, I was to call Jeff or call Nick with the update of anything of that nature.
What was the name of the personal investigator that was involved?
It was a company, I don't recall the name, but there were 3 to 4 different individuals, and it was a shift-by-shift basis that they would do.
And what was the name of the company?
I don't recall.
Were they in Sparks, Nevada? Where were they based?
Sparks.
Okay.
Or Reno.
Do you remember any parts of their names, the individual people that were involved in this surveillance?
Not off the top of my head, but if I could probably find out, but not right now.
How often would you speak with these investigators?
It would be few and far between. It would be a matter of shift change, or the main communication would be if we saw him coming back towards the site, right? And this is also during the time of after the article being released and also after the security incident took place, right? From I don't want to use this term loosely, but as perceived as a threat to the site with the whole weapon situation and things of that nature. So from an operational perspective, the communication would be again towards shift change, and then if we saw a pattern of travel where he was coming back towards the site, it'd be a matter of notification to leadership.
The private investigator was engaged to monitor Mr. Tripp before the alleged Gigafactory threat took place, correct?
Correct.
And was that 24 hours a day?
Yes.
Was he surveilled while he was at work?
No.
It was just when he left work?
That's correct.
And was he followed everywhere he went?
Can't answer that question, but to my understanding, just based off of the scope of work that they were responsible for, I would imagine that was the fact. But I wasn't there with them 24/7.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Mr. Musk approved of the Tesla personnel utilizing a private investigator to follow Mr. Tripp?
No.
Did you have any direct communication with Mr. Musk concerning the Tripp investigation?
I was in the room on a few conference calls, but it was not my place, nor did I have the rank on my shoulder to have direct communication with Elon.
The questioning that you described took place on June 14, 2018, when Mr. Tripp was called in for questioning about the article. Were you present at that meeting?
I was in the room with Nick and team across. I was not in the room with Amari and Mr. Tripp.
And why were you not in the room? Was there a particular reason?
That was when it came down to employee I mean, it's just company protocol. I mean, that was the HR having that initial conversation. The intent is that Mr. Tripp or anybody involved was not aware that they were being investigated up until the last minute when we had a substantial amount of information.
I see. So were you watching the interview on a monitor?
No, we were just monitoring the communication going in and out of his phone and his computer.
All right. So when this interview was taking place of Mr. Tripp and you were in the other room, were you listening to it or could you hear the interview?
No.
That's a no?
No.
And did you contribute to any of the questions that were asked of him?
No, just based off the information that was provided up until that point. The questions that were being asked was a combination of the coordination between Nick Jacinto, the employment law team, you had Jake Hargraves, you had Jamie Boniford, Amari, Laura Wolford, HR director, things of that nature. So the questions themselves that are asked, again, I wasn't in the room, but there was a massive coordination from a legal perspective to ensure that we had enough information. Could we put him on administrative leave? From an NDA perspective, what information could we take from his phones or monitor, et cetera, et cetera. So again, there was a massive coordination that took place, but I was not in the room during the time of those conversations taking place.
Did you have occasion to review a recording of the conversation after it took place?
No.
When you described that you were in another room, what was any of Mr. Tripp's electronic equipment, either his laptop or his cell phone, brought into the room you were in?
His work laptop was currently in there being imaged at that time during the conversation was taking place. The coordination of him being brought into the room with HR was a means of us to get time to actually image his computer during that course of that conversation so we can begin to either substantiate or corroborate some of the thoughts that we had about him.
How long did that process take of imaging his computer?
That was about 3 hours.
And that was in your presence?
That's correct. On and off. I was in and out of that room quite a bit as well.
And do you know whether that was his company laptop or his personal laptop?
It was his company laptop.
Was any effort made to monitor his personal computer, if you know?
His personal computer at that time, not to my knowledge. But again, going back to the cell phone, the text messages and emails coming out, that was a different story.
During this meeting with Mr. Tripp that took place in another room, was his cell phone brought back into the room you were in?
Not while I was there.
Okay. In a Bloomberg article we'll discuss later, you were quoted as stating that you saw a colleague reading the text messages and emails that Mr. Tripp was sending during breaks in the questioning. Is that true?
That is correct.
And someone outside of the room was reading Mr. Tripp's text messages and emails?
Repeat the question.
It was someone outside of the room that Mr. Tripp was in was reading his text messages and emails?
In the room with us, yes.
Okay. And who was doing that?
Andrew Littmeyer.
And
one of the other contractors that was there, don't know their name.
How were they able to do that?
I do not know.
How do you know it was Mr. Tripp's emails and text messages?
Because the name of his wife was brought up. We also were seeing emails that were coming from him. We also did see the emails to Bloomberg. There was also a point in time where we saw pictures of his kid. So it was to that, that's how I knew.
Okay. And you indicated it was both emails and text messages?
That's correct, yes. Again, the intent was to identify whether or not he was actually working with other individuals in the facility.
There's been some implication in this case that Mr. Tripp was suspected of working with short sellers out there in the community in some attempt to undermine the company. Did you ever observe any evidence of that?
Objection, since facts not evidence, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. There's been some implication throughout the course of the publicity concerning Mr. Tripp that he was somehow working with short sellers. You know what a short seller is?
I would need some clarification on that, if you don't mind, on what that word means.
Yeah, sure. A short seller is a person who invests in a position hoping that the stock price is going to go down, in which case they profit. Mr. Tripp, or Mr. Musk has put out various pronouncements about short sellers being out there trying to hurt his company. Had you heard of any suggestions that Mr. Tripp was somehow working with short sellers to sabotage or harm the company?
No.
And you have no evidence that he was doing so, do you?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence, lacks foundation, false or speculation.
I did not have evidence of that, no. There was always questions and theory as to why this took place, right? Release of information to media, but to answer your question, the answer of evidence or if I've seen anything of that nature, no.
Now, are you aware that there was whether or not there was another interrogation of Mr. Tripp the next day after this first interrogation?
I cannot recall.
If there was a second interview, were you involved?
I was not.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Mr. Tripp in person?
I have seen him in person, but we didn't interact in person.
Can you tell me what was done by Tesla with respect to investigating Mr. Tripp after June 15th, 2018?
And what was the significance of June 15th?
Well, as I understand it, there was a second interview of Mr. Tripp that took place at Tesla on June 15th.
Was it the day after the initial?
Yes.
Okay. So subsequent to that, he was put on administrative leave.
And were there any changes in the way he was investigated or monitored that you were aware of or involved in?
You know, outside of the PI team that was in place, us having his badge, making sure that we were tracing his badge, ensuring that he was not back on site, obviously for legal reasons, while I was on administrative hold. What took place at the information that was gathered from Nick and team, there was a lot of conversation with legal, employment law, and HR as to what the next steps would be. Right, whether it was about the termination of his employment or things of that nature. But again, specific conversations I was not involved in, but that was what was relayed to me by Nick.
I'll object to the extent that you're asking a question. I realize your question is not necessarily calling for this, but the extent it calls for privileged communications with Tesla's announcements.
And Mr. Gouthro, just so we can save time here, please presume that my questions are not asking you about your discussions with any of Tesla's counsel.
Understood.
Okay. Now, were you involved in any conversations with anyone regarding Tesla filing a complaint against Mr. Tripp?
No.
Let's talk about the alleged phone call threat on June 20, 2018. Can you tell me, from your knowledge and experience, what happened the day Martin Tripp was accused of threatening to shoot up the Gigafactory?
My initial reaction?
Well, just describe the day for me from your vantage point.
I assume a natural leadership responsibility at that site, just because with this call center being the central nervous system and then everything taking place, and not having a senior leader there, I got a phone call from, what was his name? Jeremy Hansen out of Fremont. There was an email thread that started from a Las Vegas call center, there was a message that came across saying that Mr. Tripp was armed, distraught, and that he was en route to the facility. I got a phone call from Mr. Jeremy Hansen initially, which there's several phone calls that came in right after the fact, of the possibility that was described to me as that he's on his way to the Gigafactory.
And who is Jeremy Hansen?
He was a security manager out at Fremont.
Would you describe for me these call centers at Tesla? Was there a call center at every location, or only? It
wasn't from a security perspective. I believe the one in Vegas is more of a service center for the customers, if I recall. But again, I don't know the exact details of that specific call center itself, but that's where the information originally came from.
So is your belief this is a call center where owners of Tesla cars can call with issues regarding their cars?
To my understanding, but I'm not sure the full extent of what their capabilities are.
What do you recall what happened next? You described there was a series of phone calls. Tell me as best you can recall about what happened over the course of that day.
There's several conversations that took place. Number one is that we never at that time, we reacted because we did not have, there's two things. We didn't have any armed presence at that facility, right? To where if there was an armed threat that was going to take place there, we didn't have a means to neutralize the threat, right? Response times from Story County or Washoe or any surrounding neighboring areas is 20 minutes plus, just because of the remote location of where that was. The decision was made not to call 911, but to get in contact with our points of contact at the Sheriff's Department to ask for assistance, meaning that we had a possible threat at the time, right? And that we needed an armed presence there, right? Jeff Jones at that time sanctioned the fact that we needed to have that there while he immediately looked for off-duty officers from a contractual perspective so that we can have a more reoccurring presence there. So got in contact with Story County. Story County is a very small, there's like 8 officers total that work there. I was able to get the sergeant and 2 other officers to come there, and then they also got in contact with Nevada Highway Patrol to send an additional couple units out there and just have an armed presence at different spots throughout the facility in case there was a credible threat of Mr. Tripp actually coming there. During the same course of the time, I also asked the question that, we're receiving the information from Las Vegas. It was never clearly articulated what location he was on his way to. Could have been Fremont, could have been Sparks, et cetera, et cetera. But it was presumed because of the fact that he was on administrative leave at that time that the intent was for him to show up at Gigafactory. So that's the reason why we made the decision to have an armed presence there at that site that day.
Prior to this occurrence on June 20th, 2018, did Tesla have any kind of armed security personnel on site?
No. It was a program that was being looked into from a legal standpoint, but it was, at that time, it was all theory.
When you say it was all theory, what do you mean?
Meaning that we were building the program, but it was in its infancy stages.
The initial call that came into Tesla, I take it, my understanding is you didn't receive that call, is that
No, the
correct?
information was given to me from the call taker.
Who received the call?
I can't recall her name. It was a call taker from Vegas, but it was an email that was sent out to myself and a lot of other security leadership. And it started as an email thread with a screenshot of the actual message, if you will, which was provided to the Sheriff's Department as well, because they wanted to understand the threat and what was going on. So that's how it started.
We will look at some of the documents, and they may refresh your recollection as names, but I'll save that for a moment. The caller that came in, was the caller anonymous to your knowledge?
To my understanding, it was a friend of Mr. Tripp.
And that's what you were told?
That is correct.
Who were you told that by?
That was given to me by, can't recall the exact name, but when all the phone calls were taking place between myself and leadership, that was the information that was given to me as to who this person actually was.
Did you personally speak to the call center employee that received the phone call?
No. My main action was the safety of the employees, the assets, and the facility itself, because that was presumed to be where the threat was going to. Everybody else was supporting a numerous amount of other facets.
What did Tesla do, to your knowledge, to try to ascertain the identity of the person who called into the call center?
We had a brief after the fact to answer your question. I don't know the full extent of what took place while I was focused on the site. But it was determined that there were a lot of missing steps that we did have. Number one was understanding who that person was and understanding that we made action on a threat that was not assessed, right?
And can you explain what you mean by that,
Yeah.
not being assessed?
So essentially what you want to make sure you do, to any extent that you react to that nature, right, whether it's a cyber threat or whether it's a physical threat, is actually understanding that, is this a legitimate threat, right? Is it a credible threat? Pretty much just going through a series of questions to say, is this a non-issue, right? Is it speculation, or are we dealing with panic? Or is this a credible threat that we actually need to posture ourselves for?
And based upon your training and experience, you believe that that assessment process was not done in connection with this caller by Tesla?
During the course of what I was instructed to do and the decisions I made, I knew that it wasn't fully assessed. And during the course of our after action, looking back on the situation, it was also mentioned that there was a lot of missing steps that we could have had. And again, this goes back to the infancy of a global program at having these procedures in place, right? We all know that these situations can take place, but sometimes we don't actually start focusing on those until it actually happens. And sometimes there's good reasons, sometimes there's bad, right? It could be that we're building up to that level, which is, we just don't have the bandwidth or the time, but yes, we did not fully assess that threat as we should have.
How long did you continue to be involved in investigating this threat after June 20th? Did you continue to do any follow-up on that?
0.
Did you ever come to have any suspicions one way or the other about who made the call?
Yes.
Would you please tell us about that?
Because of the fact that we never knew, I was never told the information, right, of who this person was. Number 2, because of the fact it was deemed that this was not a credible threat, and there was other steps that took place during that day to kind of substantiate that. It kind of came down to how did we get to this point, right? Who this person was, who the friend was, did we ever have that conversation with them? How do we even know that he had a gun in the possession? What was the intent of the call? During the course of the welfare check, during the time that the cops were actually going to his house, or as soon as they made contact, ATF record was done, weapons checks were done, he didn't even have a possession of a weapon. So there's a lot of other aggravating circumstances that led to us who were involved in that situation that day of, who was this person or how did it get to this point.
Okay. Let's mark this as 3. Back on the record. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as exhibit number 3. Going back to your answer, though, I'm not sure we gleaned from your answer who it was that you suspected may have been involved in the phone call. You had indicated earlier that you had formed some ideas or thoughts about that, and then you proceeded to discuss it, but I'm not sure you identified who you thought was behind it and why.
Can you repeat the actual question again?
Yeah, of course.
I just got caught up in reading this.
No problem. Did you have any suspicions one way or the other from your involvement in this matter about who actually made the phone call?
Yes.
And what were your suspicions?
Calls for speculation or explanation.
During the course, after the fact, again, going through the AAR and understanding that there was no threat at that time, understanding that from an operational perspective, we missed steps, right, and justifying if there's a credible threat or not. And then the timing of what took place and never really understanding how this message derived or how it started, there were suspicions about why this took place.
Did you come to suspect that maybe someone inside Tesla had made this call?
It was a thought, but I don't have any information or grounds to go off of.
All right, let's talk about Exhibit 3, the document I've handed you, which is a series of emails that were produced by Tripp in our case. Mm-hmm. And let's start with the last one. Like all email chains, they're usually in reverse order. So we'll see an email at 1:51 p.m. on June 20 from Shamara Bell. Do you see that?
I do.
And does that refresh your recollection that Shamara Bell was the person?
Yes, thank you.
What do you know about her position at Tesla at the time?
Outside of her email signature, I know nothing.
Okay. And she sent this email to someone named Kristen Karerowitz. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's her immediate supervisor, if I recall correctly.
Okay. This is June 20th, 2018 at 1:51 p.m. Says, received a call. Caller preferred to remain unknown. Friend of Martin Tripp is concerned that he may do something violent and volatile. Says he is concerned because he's very hostile and very well armed. Do you see that?
I do.
And then apparently someone named Brooke Airy sent an email shortly after that at 1:57 p.m. to Avery Bustamante and security@tesla.com. Do you see that?
I do.
First of all, who is Avery Bustamante?
Avery Bustamante is at the time, was the senior manager for security for the Fremont area. He was more of I digress. He was actually a regional manager for North America.
So his jurisdiction covered both Fremont as well as the Nevada plant?
Correct. And at the time, just to put more perspective on that, he would be somebody I could report to. That was between myself and Jeff Jones. He was more of that senior middle line management outside of being a director.
And it also was sent to someone, security@tesla.com. Is that a group email?
That is an alias, yes.
And were you one of the recipients of that email?
That is correct.
Do you know who else was in that group email listing?
Oh, boy. There was dozens of individuals. I mean, that's all of the Security Operations Center personnel received that. All of leadership received that. Anybody essentially on the security team would be a part of that group.
All right, going to the top of the second page, this email from Brooke Airy appears to have a screenshot embedded in it, and it has a time stamp of 1:44 p.m. Can you shed any light on what that screenshot is of?
Objection vague, calls for speculation.
That screenshot itself is the original message so the image of that, so this screenshot is it's the actual message that came across that started the email chain. So that's the actual message that was received from the caller, typed out on the message, and then that's what initiated the actual email chain.
All right, the little embedded message, by the way, do you recognize the picture to the left?
I do not.
It says, "We have an employee in plant O&M that is on the phone." What is plant O&M?
Calls for speculation.
I do not know the answer to that question for that acronym.
Former employee by the name of Martin Tripp, but we presume that meant Tripp. He told her that he is heavily armed and headed for the Gigafactory. Do you understand that message to be from Shamara Bell, or do you have any knowledge?
I'm not sure if that's exactly from Shamara Bell, but that was obviously part of the timeline, so I'm not sure there's a missing name, but that was the original message that was given to us to substantiate the claim.
All right, so when this message was sent by Brooke Airy at 1:57 p.m. on June 20th to security, you would receive that email, is that right?
Yes.
And then you got another email 2 minutes later from Jeremy Hansen to you saying heads up.
Correct.
And was that the first inkling, these two emails, that you were aware of the situation?
Yes, so there was, so in the group email, I did not actually see that email up until the time that, number one, he had sent me that email, heads up. I saw that directly to me, followed by a phone call from Avery Bustamante.
When you got the email from Jeremy Hansen, what did you do immediately thereafter?
Immediately started getting on the phone, understanding that I had a conversation with Avery. I got into just trying to understand that this is a situation, here's the impact, or here's our situation, here's the impact, what are we going to do about it, was pretty much the baseline of that conversation.
So you spoke with Avery himself?
Absolutely. Yes.
And what did Avery tell you about the situation?
That we needed to get in contact. First question was, do I have any local contacts that would, from the sheriff's department or anything of that nature, that would be able to provide that sort of armed presence? Because the first question was, do we have any existing contracts with off-duty officers or any third-party contractors that we would be able to use to have an armed presence at the site? The answer was no, so that was our next steps.
And did you also have a phone call with Jeremy Hansen?
I do not recall.
Now, relationship-wise, can you explain how Jeremy and Brooke relate on the chain of command in security at Tesla at that time?
There is no relationship there. Brooke Airy is a operations manager out of Las Vegas for workplace operations. Jeremy Hansen's out of Fremont as security.
I see. So Brooke is not in security?
To my knowledge, based off her email title and what I'm used to seeing from Tesla, being workplace is a whole separate division from security.
Got it.
Now, I'm not sure if there's a personal relationship. I'm not going to speculate, but to answer your question, I don't know if there's a relationship directly between Jeremy and Brooke.
I think you indicated that as part of this process, the series of events that took place this day, you called the Story County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
That's correct.
And do you recall approximately, by looking at these emails, the timing of when you would have called the Sheriff's Department?
It was within 10 minutes.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I know there's information floating around that indicates, I don't remember his name. He was a sergeant. No, I'm sorry, I do know. It was Chief Dawson. Chief Dawson. Yes.
And do you, as best you can recall, what did you tell him and how did he respond?
I gave him an understanding that, hey, we have a possible threat of an armed presence heading towards the site. Nothing at this point right now has been confirmed. We're in the process of doing so. I do have the information I can share with you. I did read to him at that time. I summarized, because I didn't have any legal authority or any sort of release that can give him the information. But I said that we have some messages popping up that we might have a threat. Do you have any possible assets you can spare just to have the site armed for a period of time?
Did you have any relationship with the Sheriff's Office before this event?
Yes.
Would you describe that?
There's a few things that cause that relationship. Obviously, in the past, we've had, thefts that are actually caught in hand on site, right? That would require, prosecution from the DA. So the cops were out there and made the arrest, right? So that relationship would start.
When you say cops, do you mean sheriff or actual police?
The sheriffs, I'm sorry, for Story County Sheriffs. We had a process where when we were given drugs or drug paraphernalia that we had a chain of custody, right? That we would store the actual paraphernalia or drugs, and then we were on a frequency on once a week where they would come out and actually pick it up and dispose of it or process it in their evidence locker. So that would also build up the relationship. There was a Sergeant Mendoza. He was an investigator who came out to the site on other related issues with things that were taking place. So there was an established relationship just because, outside of any legal or, HR involvement, I was kind of like that interface with them because a lot of the information would come to us and we'd have to benchmark or, have that conversation with them as appropriate.
Given your interaction with the Sheriff's Department, would you generally describe the relationship between the security department at Tesla and the Sheriff's Office as a good working one at the time?
No.
Why is that?
There was two things. Number one, in my opinion, in my experience, that Sheriff's Department is more of a fraternity, right? It's very small. Their processes and procedures and response times are very minimal, right? There were times where we couldn't get a hold of them at all. Sometimes when we would make phone calls, Tesla was a major response portion to them, right? And we had more employees at that site than we did in their jurisdiction in Sparks, essentially. So there would be some tension or frustration because of the amount of phone calls and things like that. So, and prior to that, Andy Cerrone, who we had previously discussed, didn't really have a good relationship with the sheriff at all, either. Sheriff Gerald Antencia, I believe his name is, he's a sheriff for them. He's currently under investigation, right, for child pornography and things like that. So there's that kind of attention and publicity behind that. So I think it could have been better. It was a decent working one, but from a relationship perspective, it wasn't there.
The Gigafactory was in the county, but outside of any city limits. Is that correct?
To my understanding, that is my understanding. Yes, that's my understanding.
And if I interpret what you're saying on a typical working day, there's more people working at the Gigafactory than otherwise within that county.
The comment's been brought up several times, yes.
After you alerted the sheriff's office, can you tell us what you did next?
At that point, I had an obligation. So senior leadership like Jeff Jones and Avery were aware of what was taking place, but also at the same time, I had an obligation to. We knew that if the site saw armed personnel there, that there were going to be a lot of questions, right? And this is also during a time of shift change. I also had other senior leadership that were there that I needed to inform that this was taking place, right? Ian Langtree, who is the senior director for EH&S and safety, I needed to inform him. Workplace coordinators, the lobby, right? Main entrance points. So my next steps was, number one, is to coordinate the effort. When the sheriffs and the highway patrol were there, I was going to give them the information and suggest where I would like them to be outside their own professional opinion, which they made their own decision on, but it was similar in nature, all the egress points into the facility. Other than that, it was a matter of updates, supporting the operation. No, they took control, right? They, not necessarily take control, but they're the professionals when it comes to that kind of situation. Communication with leadership, communication with the site, right? Making sure that, any release of information, I was on the phone with Jamie Boniford and Jake just to make sure that, hey, this is what they're asking for, can we do that? And just pretty much, being that central point between the site operations and the company.
On June 20th, 2018, were you involved in any phone conference calls in which Mr. Musk was on the phone?
I've been on several phone calls where Elon's been on it. What's the significance of June 20th, if you don't mind me asking?
That is the alleged date of the incident.
I don't recall.
Would you describe for us a little bit about the security? You were talking about points of ingress and egress from the facility, and as I recall, there are badges that people have. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And where are those checked? Are they checked on the perimeter of the property, or are they checked when they come into the building itself, or both?
Both. So from a visual perspective, it's coming in through the north gate and west gate, right? Contractors and vendors, even from a labor law perspective, they come in through the west gate, right? From the north gate, you have your main employees and that population there. So they're visually checked at both of those gates.
So there's two gates.
Yes, east gate and west gate. There's other ways you can get into the facility, which is a whole separate conversation, but those are the two approved locations to drive into. And then to your second point, it's only from a technology perspective, so the badge readers are required to actually get into the facility. So visual inspection from face to picture on the badge is done at the front and west gate. Badge reader is going to make sure that badge is valid and active when they come into the doors.
How many different doors are there at the facility that employees can enter and exit?
Dozens. I don't know the exact number.
But they all have security at the door and they check badges?
Security is at the gates, and not every door has a badge reader. That was a separate issue that we were dealing with. A lot of construction was taking place, so.
So in June of 2018, there were a number of doors employees could come in and their badges weren't read?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Specifically, D-Quad was going under construction at that time, so there's several doors that were not either have readers on them because it wasn't during that part of the construction, or they weren't active. So that posed a different security threat that we were dealing with as best as we could.
Again, talking about this particular event and this day, when did you first learn that the Story County Sheriff's Office had concluded their investigation and found there to be no credible threat on the part of Mr. Tripp?
Verbally, with my conversation with Chief Dawson, it was that day. But from an investigation or report release, it wasn't until I saw a report come out with statements or accusations from them in regards to that day.
Was this in the afternoon or the evening that you learned that they had determined there was no credible threat?
Based off the interview time they actually had with him at the Nugget Casino, I believe it was around between 5 and 6 p.m., but it went on for a few hours.
And was this Chief Dawson that spoke with you about this?
Chief Dawson was my main point of contact during that, yes.
And when you received that information from Sheriff Dawson, did you tell that to Jeff Jones?
Yes.
Do you recall how soon after your call with Sheriff Dawson that you spoke with Mr. Jones?
Immediately.
Did he tell you, or did you come to know whether he relayed that information to anybody?
I do not know that answer.
Did you tell Sarah O'Brien?
Who is Sarah O'Brien again?
an employee at the time at Tesla? If you don't recall, then.
I do not recall that name.
What about a person named Dave Arnold? Did you tell someone named Dave Arnold?
I don't know who that is either.
Did you tell anyone about the sheriff's conclusions within Tesla's PR department, to your knowledge?
Public relations?
Yes.
No.
Did you ask the sheriff's office whether it would be issuing a press release about the incident?
During the course of Chief Dawson and another sergeant doing a welfare check on Mr. Tripp, during that time frame, I was on the phone with Jamie and Jake. At one point, understanding if I could actually release this screenshot. That's.
I think Jamie and Jake, those are in-house counsel you're referring to at Tesla?
Okay, I'll stop the question.
They are, so I'm just giving a time frame, so I'll stop there. But to answer your question, there were several conversations between Jeff Jones and I, individually, where the first question was, is there going to be a press release given by Chief Dawson? What is their standard procedure on that? And if they do, or if they do, what's going to be said? And it was our posture that we did not want there to be a press release. So we insinuated that if it's possible not to do a press release, please don't. At which point Chief Dawson said that there would be no press release because they don't practice that.
Did you have any involvement with drafting or issuing any statements on the part of Tesla that it distributed to the media about this alleged event?
Yes.
Would you tell us about that, please?
It wasn't in regards to an actual script that would be read out, but employment law did reach out to me in regards to the report that came out from the Sheriff's Department. And I believe we should have that.
I'm going to object. I mean, you're talking about employment lawyers in-house at Tesla?
That is correct.
So the fact that you talk to them is fine. The substance of the communications, I will object, is called for privileged communication.
Okay.
Yeah, my question, though, had to do with your involvement in drafting any statement that was distributed to the media. You did contribute to a statement?
My involvement was to provide information or debunk information provided from the public that would correspond to some sort of response. But my involvement in the actual draft was not, but it was pieces of that I was part of.
You provided information that was used?
Correct.
And who did you provide that information to?
Again, I was working with in-house counsel, but at the time the information was directly given to Jeff Jones. Because again, at that point in time, he was my direct leader.
Let's mark this. What number are we up to? Mr. Gouthro, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. This is an article that was published on March 18, 2019 in Bloomberg Business Week. Are you familiar with this article?
I am, yes.
Did you come to have occasion to speak with the authors, Matt Robinson and Zeke Foe?
Yes.
Did you speak with both of them?
Yes.
Before we get into the details of it, would you say generally the quotes in the article attributed to you accurately describe what you stated about the matters described in the article? Let's put it this way. Mr. Gouthro, you probably read this article after it came out, correct?
Not immediately, but yes, to answer your question, I perused through it.
Did you see anything at all that you disagreed with, that you thought they got you wrong?
I think some things are correct. I think sometimes there's some things that were paraphrased. But overall, to answer your question, before I answer any direct questions, I would have to reread this entire thing just to make sure that I'm speaking as clearly as possible.
All right, well, why don't we do this, because I do have a number of questions for you regarding this article. Why don't we take a few minutes and let you just read the article to the extent you want to read it, because I'm going to ask you some questions about different quotes,
Okay.
particularly attributed to you. Maybe we can just go off record for about 10 minutes while he has an opportunity.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to step outside and read this if that's possible.
Of course, please do.
On the video record, the time is 11:10. This to begin. beginning of media number 3, the continuing deposition of Sean Gouthro, released on the video record at 11:18.
Thank you. Mr. Gouthro, during the break, did you have a chance to refamiliarize yourself with this article by Bloomberg Businessweek?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you spoke with the authors of the article as they were putting together this information that they include in the article. I'd like to direct your attention to a few things where you're quoted in the article. If we go to the third page, which is really the first substantive page of the article, it's Bates numbered 1673 at the lower right. If we go up to the right column and go to the paragraph that begins, Musk treatment of Tripp threatens to complicate this legal and regulatory mess. Are you with me?
Yes.
It says the security manager at the Gigafactory, an ex-military guy with a high and tight haircut named Sean Gouthro, has filed a whistleblower report with the SEC. I'm not going to ask you about your whistleblower report. That's obviously not relevant to this case, but I'm interested in the following statement. It says, Gouthro says Tesla's security operation behaved unethically in its zeal to nail the leaker. It goes on to say investigators, he claims, hacked into Tripp's phone, had him followed, and misled police about their surveillance. Gouthro says that Tripp didn't sabotage Tesla or hack anything, and that Musk knew this and sought to damage his reputation by spreading information, end of quote. First of all, just generally speaking, is that an accurate characterization of your position and what you told these investigative reporters? Well, let's
Yes.
break it apart.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that an accurate characterization of what you told these investigative reporters?
To answer your question, is it an accurate statement based off the information that I have provided, witnessed, and after the fact? Yes.
And you believe this to be true?
Yes.
And were you, but by the way, hold this thought. We were talking earlier about the Gigafactory threat on June 20th. And would it be fair to say it generally takes about 20 minutes to get from town to the Gigafactory?
Depending on what part in town, but on average, down the 80 to Sparks or Electric Avenue, yes, that's about the time.
Now, at the time the alleged phone tip came in that Mr. Tripp was about to come to the Gigafactory and shoot the place up, based upon your earlier testimony, wouldn't Tesla have had a private investigator tailing him at that time?
That's correct.
So Tesla would have been in a position to have known where Mr. Tripp was, his whereabouts, and where he was vis-a-vis the Gigafactory, right?
That's correct.
And that was something you would have had personal knowledge of because you were in contact from time to time with the private investigators.
There were certain times throughout the course of this that I was not the main point of contact with them, but to answer your question, yes, that would have been correct.
Did you have any communications with the private investigators on June 20th when you learned of this alleged threat to find out where Mr. Tripp was at the time?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and do you recall who you spoke with?
From the PI team?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall the names of who they were.
Do you recall what you asked them and what they told you?
At the time, after the fact, I asked about where his location was currently.
And what did they tell you?
At the time, he was at a Safeway across the street from the Nugget. Actually, he was at a Safeway with his wife, at which point during the course of the response from the Story County Sheriffs to up into the welfare check, he had gone to the Nugget Casino.
Okay. All right, going back to this quote in the article of March 18, 2019, it says, Gouthro says Tesla's security operation behaved unethically in its zeal to nail the leaker. What did you mean by that?
In regards to the gathering of the information, whether it was the monitoring of his phone or the emails, and in correspondence to the track history that these individuals have had from another major lawsuit from Uber to some of the practices that we enacted, in my opinion, and then to compound that, how we irrationally, in my opinion, after the fact, dealt with that perceived active shooter threat. There were things that, in my opinion, whether you want to call them unethical, which is still a statement that I believe in, or just operationally irresponsible. That is the basis to my statement.
And tell me what knowledge or information you have about the people that came over from Uber, and I believe one of those is Mr. Jacinto, is that correct?
Jake and Nick and Jeff.
Okay. All right, what do you know about their background at Uber?
It's public record that, there's a major lawsuit and wiretapping information issues that they, were involved in, whether it was the Saudis or other things from that nature, but yeah.
So when did you first learn that they had questionable backgrounds?
I began informing and educating myself more about it after I was less and less involved after the after that threat on that day. And it became more and more, as more and more happened and this became public and there's a lot of things taking place, and after the fact, and I'm not going to involve myself in what took place with inside counsel and things like that, but the more and more things started to escalate on the back end in response was when, whether it was, other people bringing it to my attention or the conversations or me just educating myself, but that was during that era, to answer your question.
So would it be fair to paraphrase what you said, as you became to have concerns about what you would describe as unethical behavior or irresponsible behavior, that the more you became aware of the background of these gentlemen, the more you became concerned?
So before this quote was given, during the time of this actually taking place live, there was a concern that we were doing things that we shouldn't be doing. However, me thinking it was unethical or, operationally irresponsible was just speculation on my part, right? Up until the fact that certain things took place afterwards, and me educating myself was what more substantiated, my reasoning as to why that took place, and that's why that quote was given, after I educated myself more about what took place and also reflecting back on how we handled things.
Can you elaborate on that? Because I want to understand the transition from when you became to have those concerns and doubts. What happened?
During the course of us actually doing the things that we were doing, there was no established procedures that we had in place for that. Of course, there's a lot of conversation internally, right? There's a lot of things were premeditated. But the way that we obtained some of the information, or taking his laptop without his knowledge or there were certain things that came up where I thought it was not unethical fully, but it could have been done better, right? We could have been better postured to prevent a lot of these issues.
You were following chain of command, right?
And that's the thing, is that, it's something of this magnitude, me not being in that senior leadership position, I was following orders and just getting the information I was directed to get, right? So, could I have done better? Possibly. But at the end of the day, reflecting back on this quote to your original question, it became a part of that, plus more of an education of, the backgrounds and possibly corroborating my thoughts on this. As to making it a possibility.
Mm-hmm. What additional information did you come to have regarding the hacking into Tripp's phone that's referenced here beyond what happened on June 14th?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Did you come to have information based upon your own work or based upon information that was provided to you or provided to you by the investigators that there was a continuing and ongoing monitoring of Mr. Tripp's cell phone?
After the fact of this day, I know the PI team remained on him to the extent, again, after the fact of this took place, my involvement was essentially null and void. So to answer your question, from a information policy violation, Privacy Act violation, or anything of that nature, the cell phone, or I just know that we continue to follow him after the fact, and anything outside of that with his devices I am unaware of.
All right, but just so I understand the context for your statement here that they hacked into his phone, you told us about what happened on June 14th.
Yes.
Was there other reasons that you had to believe that Tesla had hacked into his phone?
Reasons to... Reasons to believe, yes.
And please tell us what those are.
Same objections.
Objection vague. You may answer, Sean.
Just based off of me educating myself on what exists for them to do that from what I saw, and then based off the background and the very similar accusations that they've received from a prior employer, knowing that that's a standard practice that they performed, those are all additional things that made me believe that it was actually taking place outside of the actual witness on that day, what I saw in that room.
Mr. Gouthro, in your quoted statement that you just reaffirmed, you indicated that Tesla had misled the police about the surveillance. Would you explain what you meant by that?
During the course of that time, there was a conversation between Jake McCone and myself that we knew the location of where Mr. Tripp was. However, the police did not. So we got into a tight spot where the conversation was, there's a couple questions. One, we have an individual on administrative leave with the PI team on him. Is that information that we can release? Is it going to complicate things for us? Am I allowed to tell the police we know the position of where he's at because we have a PI team on them? The answer was no. We're not going to share that information. So we got into that a little bit of a tight spot there. So misleading the police, knowing that we know where he is, but we're sending him on a goose chase to his house and trying to find him was the basis of that quote.
You go on to say in this paragraph that's attributed to you, it says, Gouthro says that Tripp didn't sabotage Tesla or hack anything, and that Musk knew this and sought to damage his reputation by spreading misinformation. Can you elaborate on that statement for us, Mr. Gouthro?
Black's Foundation calls for speculation. And compound.
Give me a second. Where exactly are we at right now?
Sure. We're still in that same paragraph that begins Musk's treatment of Tripp. And I'm looking at the very last sentence, again, on the right-hand column, about one-third of the way down. It says, Gouthro says that Tripp didn't sabotage Tesla or hack anything, and that Musk knew this and sought to damage his reputation by spreading misinformation. Do you see that? So let's break that apart. It says Gouthro says that Tripp didn't sabotage Tesla or hack anything. What led you to have that conclusion?
I don't recall this. So I'm not going to answer that. I don't feel comfortable answering that right now until I can better educate myself on this, 'cause I don't recall that.
Well, is this an accurate statement of what your belief was, or is?
Asked and answered.
For my belief, yes.
All right, let's look at the rest of the sentence. And that Musk knew this and sought to damage his reputation by spreading misinformation. I assume, again, based upon your earlier answer, that you continue to believe that's true. Can you elaborate on the basis for your belief in that regard?
Assumes facts not known as calls for speculation. Black's Foundation.
I'll have to come back to that.
All right. Let me ask you this way just a second. Let me ask you, generally speaking, though, in all your work involving Mr. Tripp, you never came across evidence that suggested Mr. Tripp sabotaged Tesla in any way, did you?
Nothing was ever released. Nothing was actually, there was no indication of that, no.
And you never personally came across any information or documentation that illustrated Mr. Tripp hacked anything at Tesla, did you?
Calls for speculation, expert opinion, Black's Foundation.
That is correct.
Have you ever witnessed any devices that may have been used from other Tesla invoices that may have been used for hacking devices, whether it be Martin Tripp or otherwise?
Yes.
Okay, will you tell us about that?
There's been, so Jake Nacone So in the Security Operations Center, there was a device that was placed in there. It was a white box. Essentially, what was said was that we need to be more cautious about, the communication that's going in and out, but this device, we're going to be monitoring all the communication coming in and out while we deal with this. So there's a device that was placed there, and there's also another device placed on the location, according to him, that there was going to be another one, but I'm not sure where that was.
And your understanding of the device was it would intercept, what, text messages or cell phone calls?
To the extent of what it was, we had no idea. But it was going to monitor all incoming and outgoing traffic. Now, there was a comment made that if your cell phone starts to act up in any way or restart, or if you had any issues, to let them know. But, of course, that did happen. But it never really stopped. So.
In the next paragraph, you go on to describe, it says, quote, "They had the ability to do things I didn't even know existed," end of quote.
Yes.
And then it says that it scared you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us what you meant by all of that?
During that day where we had, Mr. Tripp, separated from us, and we're actually, we are observing information going out, right? I didn't know that kind of capability existed. I was never a part of that in my experience. So, seeing that information, actually knowing that he was talking to his wife, knowing that, we're seeing him text the other people, we're seeing, personal images and things like that, and then that device being put in the Security Operations Center, it was. Number one, I haven't seen it in any security organization in my, from my optics, so I'm not going to say that it's nothing that existed. It does exist, but it really concerned me just because that, there is that capability, and I'm not sure to what extent it was being used. So it may just be my lack of experience, but, it was nerve-wracking, of course, yeah.
Did you come to have any understanding as to whether or not Tesla put tracking devices on Mr. Tripp's automobiles?
I do not know that answer.
Let's turn to the next page of this article, please. In the last paragraph on the left column, it says, "Gouthro says that if Tripp was ignored, it was partly because his problems barely rated in Nevada." And then it goes on to describe various other things that apparently kept you very busy at the Gigafactory. Can you elaborate on what you mean his issues barely rated?
So I saw that, and I don't recall making that statement, and I don't even know what that means.
Okay. But it does say that after you started in January 2018, you discovered that people were living out of their cars in the industrial park. Is that correct?
Correct.
That people were using cocaine and meth in the bathrooms?
Yes.
And you even said others were caught having sex in parts of the factory that were still under construction. Is that true?
Correct.
So you had your hands full.
Yes. Yes.
It says Gouthro said the scanners guards used to check badges were unreliable, so that they would wave in anybody with a piece of paper that looked legitimate. Is that correct?
It was, so that last part about waving anybody in with a piece of paper, that's a little exaggerated, but to answer your question, the devices were unreliable because we had Wi-Fi spotty service out there, and it was dependent upon that device syncing with our actual database, which is called Secure. Which means that whatever we put in that system would go to the reader, so when the badge scanned, it would indicate whether or not it was good or not. So we had very spotty service, and that was something we're trying to rectify. So there are a lot of times where, whether it was updates or, actually working all together, I'm sorry, I'm going to slow down. There are points in time where we didn't have the most updated information from an employee list, right, because of that. Or two, sometimes the badges wouldn't even deactivate or things like that. So there was a security risk from that perspective.
And then the article quotes you as indicating that local scrapyards would sometimes call you to report thieves who are trying to sell obscure electric vehicle parts.
Yes.
Mischaracterizes the document.
And that's true?
Yes, there's actually other documented cases and court documents of somebody who's been prosecuted on that exact situation. But building that, from that investigation that took place a while back at the beginning of my tenure, There would be, proprietary parts, copper-3 stators, and it's part of the drivetrain. It's very specific to a Tesla. They would find that, and just boxes of raw copper sheets, which was only used in production for a company. So people would be caught in that, from that standpoint. So there was a lot of times where we get phone calls of people trying to make an extra dollar, and we would begin that investigation from a reverse timeline perspective to see why and how.
The motors would have a lot of copper strung on them?
The motors, not the motors themselves, but we're talking more of like, and now we're talking like copper-3 stators. You can quote me on that, but that was a big one. They're about, they go on the drivetrain, but it's about yay big. It's about 3.5 pounds of solid copper. So you can get a pretty penny for it. It's clean copper. But other than that, boxes of little copper sheets that are about 2 by 4 inches, and then other raw scrap, which is called dirty copper, from wiring and stuff like that would show quite a bit. But serialization and numbers like that, and just the people who brought them in over a period of time would start to connect that dot. So,
were there other metals or other items that were high theft products?
Absolutely. I mean, just the basic, the copper, the aluminum. Those are the two big ones mostly, and there's other ones, but those weren't large enough. Like that was my main focus from that perspective.
Let's go down to the bottom right-hand corner of this page, and we're on page 1674, the Bates numbering. It says, when Tripp arrived at work on June 14th, he was met by Human Resources representative who escorted him to a conference room. When he got there, Jacinto and Nocon were waiting. According to a transcript viewed by Bloomberg Businessweek, the conversation started on friendly terms. Does that refresh your recollection? The meeting that you were in the adjoining room took place on June 14th?
I believe that was a separate meeting, but I believe that what we're talking about is the onset of why he's being brought into that room.
Okay.
But yes, it does refresh my memory.
And so during this meeting, this is the one where you described you were in a different room in which his laptop was brought?
Yes.
Now, it refers to a transcript. Did you ever have occasion to review the transcript of the interview that took place with him?
I was just reading, so no. I believe that was asked earlier, but I didn't see any transcript.
All right, let's go to the next page. On this next page, which is Bates numbered 1675, I want to direct your attention to about 2/3 of the way down on the left column, where it begins the anonymous shooting tip. Let me know when you find it.
You said 2/3 of the way down, left-hand column, 1675?
Yes, sir. The anonymous shooting tip.
Yes, I see it.
It says, the anonymous shooting tip was called into a Tesla call center a few hours later. Then Gouthro related to the Story Sheriff's Office. Tesla also printed out a BOLO flyer, short for Be on the Lookout, with Tripp's smiling face on it and the words "Do not allow on property."
Correct.
Whose responsibility was it to prepare the BOLO flyer?
We would actually get correspondence from HR or from a manager of an employee based off a numerous amount of reasons, whether it was a termination. It was really dependent upon the severity of what took place, or a number of different circumstances. So we would receive the information that we need to BOLO the individual. We would create the information, and essentially the BOLO was for our security team internally, right? To where if we did see the individual coming through the front gate, they were notified that this person is no longer allowed to be on site because, of course, they don't have a badge anymore. So we would receive the information, we would get it, create it, and distribute it.
These BOLO notices, where were they typically posted?
They would be at the gates. They'd be anywhere where we had a receptionist, right? It would be stored electronically in the Security Operations Center. Anywhere where we had a mobile patrol, anybody on foot, they would have the information on them.
Would these be posted in the employee break rooms
No.
or other places?
Not at all.
How would the employees be on notice to be on the lookout for these people?
They would not be aware of that situation.
Go ahead.
It'd be our responsibility to ensure that person was not on site.
How many BOLO notices were typically up at any given time in, let's say, June of 2018?
The only reason why I know this information is because we were actually re-looking at the process. It was close to 200.
There would be 200 BOLO notices?
Correct.
Were they on the wall, or were they like in some notebook? Where would they be?
They'd be stored electronically and in notebooks, to my point, with those individuals that had that information.
It says in the paragraph below the one we just read, it says Gouthro says his boss told him not to tell the cops that Tesla had Tripp followed. That's consistent with what you testified earlier, correct?
I would have worded it a little bit different, but yes.
Well, tell me how you would have worded it different.
It wasn't Jeff Jones, my boss. It was Jake Hargraves.
And who is Jake?
Jake is the individual who was part of Nick's team during that investigation. Jeff Jones wasn't on site that day. I was on the phone with him on and off, but the conversation that I had with Jake in the back of the room at the Security Operations Center was, once we found out that they were going to try and look for him to do a welfare check, and we knew the information, because Jake was privy to information of the PI team as well. The question was asked is that we know where he is, but they don't. Can we share the information? So that's a little bit misleading, but the theory is correct, but it's Jake.
Okay. Let's go to the right-hand column, and there's a bolded heading that says the Story County Sheriff's Office is in Virginia City. There's reference in the second paragraph under that heading to someone named Gerald Antonoro. Do you know who he is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me who your understanding he is.
So back to my original conversation we had with him, he's the one that's being investigated. He's the actual sheriff. His main office is in Virginia City. He's the one that's in charge.
Oh, and you say he's being investigated?
Yes, he is. Which is public record, but
In the bottom of the paragraph, I'm going to read the quote from the article. It says, to Antonoro, one of the strangest parts of the situation was that after he told the company the threat was false, it asked him to put out a press release hyping it. He declined, but Tesla publicized the incident anyway. What do you know about that statement?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
I knew there was further conversation after the fact that there would be the need to have a press release. I wasn't part of those conversations. It was more after the fact that I heard about it. But during the course of the actual situation taking place, when I had conversations with Jeff Jones, we did not at that time want there to be a press release at all.
Well, you say you heard about this after the fact. Who did you hear about this from?
It was through the grapevine. It was, at this point, everybody was talking about it internally on the security team. And at that time, we had internal counsel asking a lot of questions, preparing statements and stuff like that. So again, not going too much into detail, but...
Now, finally, let's go to the last page, which is Bates numbered 1676. It's the one with your picture and Mr. Hansen's picture.
Yes.
If you go to the bottom left-hand corner, it says Gouthro and Hansen seem to sincerely believe that what they helped Tesla do to Tripp was wrong. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes. And of course, this is me educating more of, the rebuttal, the statements, the press releases, just more information. And that's my interpretation of the situation, to my personal opinion, along with my involvement objectively during the course of the investigation with Mr. Tripp.
When you said earlier that you came to the conclusion Mr. Tripp didn't hack anything, do you believe Mr. Elon Musk knew of that fact?
I can't.
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
I can't answer the question.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Musk would publish statements to all Tesla personnel that Mr. Tripp was sabotaging Tesla?
Objection, suspects not in evidence, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Do I know why?
Yes, sir.
So is this a personal, objectively, I'm not surprised at all, just given his behavior, erratic behavior, and the other things I've seen come from him, so no.
Do you know what Mr. Musk did, if anything, to ascertain whether or not Mr. Tripp was sabotaging Tesla?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure,
please?
of course. Do you know what, if anything, Mr. Musk did to ascertain whether or not Mr. Tripp was sabotaging Tesla?
I do not know personally, I don't know personally what he did or what he has done, but I know all the information from Nick. That's all the information. He was being feeded the information from Nick and team, so anything outside of that I'm not aware of.
Mr. Gouthro, do you know why would Mr. Musk publish statements that Mr. Tripp hacked Tesla's operating systems?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, calls for expert testimony.
Aaron? Aaron, you there?
Yes, you can either answer this question, or if you don't know, just let it be known on the record that you don't know.
Yeah, I'm not too entirely unsure, so no.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Musk did, if anything, to ascertain whether or not Mr. Tripp hacked Tesla systems?
Calls for speculation, Mike's Foundation.
So in regards to my involvement with Musk in general, very limited from my perspective, right? So I can't answer that question. I've been on phone calls with him from a group perspective, but again, with my position and my title, I had no direct line of communication with him, other than just things I heard on the phone and of that nature coming from Nick and Jake directly.
Was Mr. Musk trying to damage Mr. Tripp's reputation?
Objection, calls for speculation, Mike's Foundation.
In my opinion, yes.
And what information led you to formulate that opinion?
I mean, looking at it objectively with the way we handle this process, even internally doing an after action, knowing that we made mistakes operationally, and admitting that, and using that information to better the program moving forward. The things that I educated myself on after the fact, to the information I saw being obtained, to other questions being asked of me, to the devices being planted, to the PI team, to the Sheriff's Department statements, to everything else, with there being a lack of credible threat, to the responses from Tesla, the media, to Elon statements, that it paints a very strong picture to do that. So yes, absolutely.
Would you mark this as our next exhibit? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gouthro, I've just handed you Exhibit 5, which is the Story County Sheriff's Office felony report on the matter of June 20, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
Let's talk about the first page. There's a reference to mentioned midway through in the name Patrick Joseph Shakel, if that's how you pronounce it. Do you know who that is?
I believe he's one of the deputies.
Okay. That's not someone who works at the
Let
Gigafactory?
me confirm. So exactly, Patrick, and this is on page, which page?
Well, I'm looking at the very first page. There's a reference to, in the midway through on the left side, mentioned Patrick Joseph, and I'm assuming that's Shakel. If it doesn't ring a bell, maybe we'll see the name later.
It doesn't ring the bell now.
Okay. Let's go to the third page. And this page, if you look at the bottom, it says prepared by Brandon Azevedo. Do you remember who Brandon Azevedo is?
I believe he works for the Sheriff's Department. He's one of the deputies there.
Is he one of the ones that you communicated and interacted with?
There are several that were there that day, and I don't recall their names outside of Chief Dawson and Hamblin, I believe his name is, which I believe is a deputy. But there are several others I interacted with. I don't know their names directly.
All right, if we look at the top, Mr. Azevedo, Sheriff Azevedo says, on June 20th, 2018, at approximately 14:13 hours, Deputy Carter, Deputy Hamblin, and I were dispatched to an active shooter threat at 1 Electric Avenue, Tesla. And it says, upon arriving at the scene, they made contact with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he calls you head of Tesla investigations. Is that a fair general description?
No, it's not. I mean, based off my title, it's not. But, I mean, that's what they assumed, I guess. So that's not the business card I was given to him, but...
I'm sorry, what did the business card say that you used?
It's Security Operations Center and Investigation Supervisor.
It says Gouthro stated that Tesla's call center in Las Vegas received a phone call in which a female subject stated that she was friends with Martin Tripp. Did you tell him it was a female? Or do you have recollection?
She was friends.
In other words, this seems to just suggest that the caller, the anonymous caller, was a female.
Yeah, I see that. So, no. So I believe what's being mentioned here, and this is, to my knowledge, that the female was the source of the information, not the caller itself. We never knew, to my knowledge, the sex or the identity of the actual caller itself. I believe what we're speaking about here, what the intention was the actual message that came through from Shamara Bell.
All right. So the confusion in the translation may be that you're talking about the call center woman who took the report, and somehow maybe the deputy got that wrong and implied that it was the caller that was a woman, and that wasn't what you stated.
Correct.
I'd like to ask you about this sentence at the end of the paragraph. It says, Gouthro advised that they were able to verify the information in regards to Tripp being armed. Did you tell them that?
Did I tell them that? No. They were the ones that verified that during the welfare check.
Okay, well, the statement says, do you see it says Gouthro advised that they were able to verify the information in regards to Tripp being armed. That seems to suggest, does it not, that you or your team were able to verify Tripp being armed? If so, how were you able to do that?
Asked and answered, mischaracterized as prior testimony.
I can theorize, but to answer your question, the only way that would be able to actually even be done is if the PI team were actually able to verify that visually or by searching, but we didn't have the means of actually doing that.
Well, it seems to me that if that was something the PI team had verified and told you, you would recall it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so would that lead you to believe that you weren't told this?
I was not told that from our PI team, or did we have the means or capability of understanding that? Which is the reason why the sheriffs were called out to begin with.
All right, let's go to the next page. This appears to be a portion of the report that was prepared by Christopher Parker. Is that another sheriff that was involved that day?
I believe so.
And this sheriff in his report says that he, at 15:06 hours, it says, we made contact with Tesla head of security Gouthro, Sean, outside the main lobby. Do you remember meeting with this gentleman?
Yes.
And this is also present were deputies Hamlin, Carter, and Acevedo. So there were 4 sheriffs at the main lobby at the time you met with them at Tesla, correct?
Yes, to include a female and a male from the Highway Patrol.
And this would have been roughly just after 3 o'clock p.m.
To the best of my recollection.
And so by that time, you had already put together the Be on the Lookout flyer?
That is correct. Not put together, I mean, the BOLO was already established, but we printed it off.
Okay, and again, just so I make sure I get that accurately, HR prepares the actual document, or do you guys do that?
No, we actually prepare the physical document. The nature in which, the information being brought to us is coming from HR or from a manager of the employee itself, saying that this person's on administrative leave or they've just been fired. They were aggressive. They'll give us a brief, snippet of, why they're being boloed, and then we can prepare it accordingly. Then we'll go into the badging system, pull their badge picture, and that's where we actually come up with the physical descriptions of the individual you'll see on the left-hand side.
And Mr. Gouthro, I just have to ask to try and understand the context of all this.
Mhm.
It says Gouthro stated that Tesla had received an internal message at its Las Vegas call center earlier that day. The caller stated she was a female friend of Tripp's and advised that Tripp was heavily armed and was headed to shoot up the Tesla Gigafactory.
Mhm.
Again, this is a separate deputy who took down in his notes that you had suggested that the caller was a female.
Mhm.
Just, is it possible you said that and didn't realize you had said that?
No, so at the end of the day, what was being shared was the actual print off of this, right? So the information about the call taker, again, the actual call that came into the call taker, I was never privy to, nor did I get the information about who that was. The reference of the she is coming from the originator of this message, and that was what was shared with the sheriffs and the Highway Patrol when they arrived there. So it could be taken out of context, but for the record, I had no recollection, nor do I have any information about who actually called in and gave the tip. even after the fact.
Okay. Let's go to the last paragraph. It says, while making our way from Tripp's residence to the Nugget, Chief Dawson received a phone call from Gouthro, which he placed on the speakerphone. I heard Gouthro ask if we had made contact with him, being Tripp. Do you recall, is that an accurate statement?
I can't recall anything being on speakerphone, but where are we at?
Okay, we're now at the top of the page 2 of Christopher Parker's report.
All right, I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. It says, Chief Dawson stated, just made contact with him on the phone. He agreed to meet with us. Chief Dawson advised Gouthro that we were meeting Tripp at an undisclosed location, and Gouthro responded, is it, and for some reason this is blotted out, but did you ask him, is this the Nugget? And then it says Chief Dawson did not confirm the location. When asked later how he knew this.
Yeah, so I believe it is the Nugget. I can't really confirm. But this whole quote and this whole thing about little birds sing, that was, because I got this report and I had to go through and actually debunk or actually go through this entire thing to prepare a response for our PR team and leadership. So that, because I see that quote, yes, that was, to their knowledge, it's the Nugget. Yes, correct.
Okay, but the little bird sing was basically a reference to your being unable, because of the instructions you had given, to tell people that Tesla had private investigators, right? We had people from our internal team there, other supervisors, we had security officers, there were sergeants, there was deputies that were there. That little bird sing didn't come from me. That was something that was said in group conversation. So what he's saying right now is, at this point in time, I did ask if it was the Nugget, correct, but the little bird sing was a quote that I never mentioned. Well, was that something that was said by someone else in the room? It was rather remarkable.
To my knowledge, that's correct, but
Okay.
I couldn't tell you who it was.
What you're suggesting is, to the extent he's attributing it to you, it was somebody else that would have said it.
Correct. Which doesn't change anything, but it's, yeah.
Understood. Let's go to page 3 of Christopher Parker's report. And that's where this name Patrick Shakal comes up again. It says, Tripp advised that a work colleague / friend named Patrick Shakal owned many firearms and that he wouldn't put it past him, Shakal. Well, I wouldn't put it past Elon Musk to make up a story like this. He then advised it was actually Shakal to whom he recently sold his wife's High Point carbine. Did you interview Patrick Shakal?
No.
Do you have personal knowledge as to whether anybody interviewed Patrick Shakal as a result of the June 20th incident?
I do not. I don't even know if Patrick Shakal was a Tesla employee or a friend based off of this.
Well, do you see at the top, it says
colleague.
Tripp advised that a work colleague?
Yeah. So I don't know who Patrick Shakal is.
All right. Let's turn to the Tony Dawson report. And I'd like to go to page 2 of his report. Now, if we look at the top of, and this is, you refer to this guy as Chief Dawson, is that right?
Yes.
He also has a similar statement about the little birdie. It says, I made contact with Gouthro and advised him that I had contacted Tripp and that Tripp agreed to meet with me in person at an undisclosed location, at which time Gouthro advised is the meeting at, and then it has a blank. I asked Gouthro how he knew that information, to which he advised that a little birdie had told him. Again, your recollection is somebody else made that statement, not you?
So the statement itself is that, did I ask if they were going to the Nugget? That is a correct statement. That was me. This whole insinuation about a little birdie is not something that came out of my mouth. Again, it doesn't change the facts being shared, but whether it's semantics or if it means anything, that quote, there's nothing that came out of my mouth.
Well, the point is, you guys knew where he was intercepted because you had him tailed.
Correct.
But you didn't want to reveal that to the sheriffs because you had been told not to do so.
That is correct.
Objection, mischaracterizes prior testimony, calls for speculation, explanation.
Did I mischaracterize any part of your prior testimony?
Wait a minute, I didn't get the end of your objection. Calls for speculation.
Lacks foundation.
Thank you.
To answer your question, I don't believe so.
All right, let's go to the middle of this page. It says, a short time later, I received a phone call from Gouthro asking if I was going to make a statement to the press as to what transpired on Tripp potentially shooting up the Gigafactory. Were you told to try to get it into the press?
Objection, mischaracterizes prior testimony.
Again, the conversation between Jeff Jones and I, there was a conversation throughout a series of events where I'm getting approval or seeking guidance. The question came from Jeff Jones of whether or not they were going to go to the media, at which point, if they are, if they're not, what's it going to be, what's their process, et cetera. So that was my initial question to him as to what their thoughts were on it, if they were planning on doing so.
And do you recall Chief Dawson telling you that if any press release was going to be made, it would come directly from the head sheriff, Antonoro?
That particular part, no. The information I received is that they were not going to do a press release, and that wasn't standard practice for them. And that's why I relayed back to Jeff Jones. Any other conversation about press release or anything after the fact, I wasn't privy to.
As part of your investigation, did you speak directly with Shamara Bell at any point?
No.
Did you ever contemplate that Shamara Bell should be interviewed at any point during your June 20th investigation of this matter?
No, at this point, again, Nick and team were leading this entire investigation. When it came down to anything from the root cause, I mean, the only conversation we had in regards to her or anybody around that was during an after-action meeting about how we did not view this as a credible threat, what steps did we miss, et cetera, et cetera. Any investigation or any conversation that regarded her supervisors outside of my visibility or wheelhouse, there was never a need from my perspective to do an investigation as to, or a request as to what started this.
Shall we take a break and try to get him back on the phone?
I'm back on.
Okay, wonderful.
Perfect.
Did you ever participate in any conversation on June 20th, particularly early into the alert, where anybody mentioned the desirability of whether or not to talk with Ms. Bell?
Objection, calls for speculation,
There were conversations that are being had to understand, where this is coming from, or trying to decipher the message and things of that nature, but I don't recall, nor can I answer that question, because again, my main responsibility was the immediate operational impact of that site.
Okay, but to go back to my question, do you remember anybody in your presence saying, as part of our investigation, we ought to talk to Shamara Bell to try to get more information?
I can't remember.
Did the fact that Shamara Bell reported to an operations manager as opposed to a security person when she reported to this Brooke Airy, and then that was later reported secondhand to security in general, did that cause you any thoughts that, well, maybe we ought to talk directly with Ms. Bell and try to get any intel we can based upon our specialized training as to what took place?
After the fact, yes, and it was mentioned before that, during the process of improvement for future state issues that, when it came to process improvements of trying to verify as a credible threat, was it mentioned directly, no, but the thought of going to the source of the information as a course of verifying any threat, yes, of course, that was mentioned.
How did the fact that according to the email message that we looked at earlier, indicated that the phone number was a blocked phone number, and the fact that the caller wouldn't disclose their identity factor into your evaluation of the situation on June 20th?
Objection compound.
I'll be honest with you, I did not have the time to even get that far into it during the course of that day. I mean, at that time, we had a threat. I was told by senior leadership to posture myself accordingly, and that took my time. Again, during the after action, these things were mentioned in theory, but going and referencing names or, starting to dig into that wasn't mentioned. It was more of the understanding of what can we do better to, in these cases, verify and justify a credible threat.
Let's go to the attachments to the report. The first one is the BOLO report, if you can go to that, to the BOLO flyer.
And what page again was that?
Well, it's
Got
the
it.
fourth page from the end.
I got it.
There's handwriting where Mr. Tripp's cars are entered, information concerning the car. Do you know whose handwriting that is?
No.
Do you believe this is what was provided by you or your team to the sheriff's office?
Yes. This is.
Now, the next 3 pages appear.
The handwriting,
Okay.
the handwriting is because we received information from the PI team that there are other vehicles in his driveway. So the what's in typed is what was registered for his vehicle for a parking pass that we had in our system. The handwriting is is information from the PI team of what was actually visually there for us to keep a lookout for.
All right. Do you know whose handwriting this is?
No, I do not. Again,
Looking at the last 3 pages, appear to be emails and maybe a text or two that are attached to the report. Do you think you provided these to the sheriff's department?
so the actual message itself, which is on the other, from the email, yes, that was provided from me with concurrence from our legal team. The iMessage is not the full picture. What that is the top of the vehicle make and model section of the BOLO. And I'm not sure where that came from. But again, I mean, that's the same information we released to them for the BOLO, so I'm not sure what the significance of that is, but I can't recall if that was a text message from me or information being passed back and forth to the deputies that they were using in regards to finding the vehicle when they had this information provided to us. I'm not sure what that is. But to answer your question, yes, that information I provided them, which is based off that email thread. And I remember a specific phone call with our legal counsel during the course of that evening that I had to release that information. I'm not sure if I can mention names or not or something like that, but
You're talking about in-house counsel?
Yes.
Names are fine. but
okay.
I would
Janie
ask them.
Bonifer is who I spoke to that day to get the release for that information to be given to him, if that means anything. But
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Jacinto was reporting to Mr. Musk on the Gigafactory threat?
Objection calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
whether it's him or Nick, I mean, whether it's him or Jeff, somebody was.
Did they tell you that?
Yes. And just to add context to that, it was just the continuous updates I needed to feed because he was reporting up, and Jeff reported directly to Elon at the time, so.
You had intimated earlier that there were some conference calls you participated in which Elon Musk was on the conference call.
Yes.
Can you just tell us when did those take place?
That was leading up until the day that we had that I hate using that word, but when Martin Tripp was separated with HR and we were in that room. It was up until leading to that. There's a couple of them, just for status updates when we were taking it.
Who was on that phone call?
There was Elon, there was Jeff, Nick, Jake, myself in the room. I wasn't on the calls, in the room with them. I believe at one point, Yusuf Muhammad was on one of them.
Who's he?
He's chief. At the time, he was chief legal counsel, I believe his title was, but he was one of the senior internal counsels that was there. That I worked with on a different case, but he was there, and I believe Laura Wolford was on it as well.
And who's Wolford?
She's the HR director for Giga One.
Okay. And that call took place before the June 14th interview of Mr. Tripp?
That was one of the calls, but yes, to answer your question.
And then tell me about the other calls.
It was just more of a status update of where we're going and, where we're at, if we identified any issues. There was another project that was taking place in substance to that, where they were presenting to Elon, the infrastructure risk that we had, right? About how, number one, how did this happen, but what's the risk of it happening again type deal. So there was kind of that being done as well, that I was in the room for. I didn't have any participation in other than being there, in the room supporting Nick and his team.
The other calls that took place with Mr. Musk, did they concern the Martin Tripp matter?
Yes.
And was counsel on the phone in every one of those calls?
No.
Okay, tell me about the ones where counsel was not on the call.
It was more of the understanding what our NDA language was, what he violated, what we were able to confiscate. It was more of that kind of conversation from a legal perspective of what are we covered for from an NDA policy, to taking his devices or re-imaging them, or do we need consent for work-related, things and stuff like that. So it was all of that in preparation that before, Nick and team had gotten this aggravating circumstances and the information that was provided to them saying this is what we need to do next. It was their legal team and HR and employment law saying that, yes, we can do this.
I would object to the extent you're talking
Okay.
about conversations that involved counsel, that those are privileged communications.
Understood. But it was the understanding of the NDA versus what we had and what we needed to do, and if we could pull the trigger on that or not.
Again, I'm only interested in the conversations right now where counsel wasn't present. In the conversations that you talked with Mr. Musk and others on the conference call, did Mr. Musk, as he's reported in the press, describe Mr. Tripp as a saboteur?
Yes. It came out, it was a word similar to that, but yeah.
Did you have conversations with Mr. Musk at or about the time of the Gigafactory alleged incident on June 20th?
No, I never ever had direct conversation with Elon Musk, ever. It was in the room as a part.
Hello?
Green button? No? Oh.
Aaron, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Okay, but were there conference calls that you participated in which Mr. Musk was on the phone that related to the June 20th incident?
And the June 20th incident was a situation at the gate, correct?
Yes.
No, I was not part of that.
Were you a party to any conversations in which Mr. Musk was on the phone subsequent to June 20th where Mr. Tripp was the subject matter of the conversation?
Yes, the only reason why is because that was part of the after-action information given to us about, what the perceived notion was from senior leadership, from Elon on the matter, and what we needed to do to move forward to effectively fix the program.
All right, and who was on those calls?
The information or the distribution list, I was not aware of.
You told us a little bit about Mr. Jacinto and his background and his joining of Tesla. Do you know how he came to work for Tesla? Was he sought out, or did he seek out the job, or do you have any information on that?
Action calls for speculation, Wax Foundation and Compound.
Yes, Jeff Jones had told me that, Jeff Jones came from Uber, right? And Jeff Jones and Nick had a very strong relationship and background working together. And Nick was brought to the team for his subject matter expertise and to build that program that he had built with Jeff at Uber.
So Jeff was the lead person of the three between him, Nick, and Jacob?
That's correct.
And Jeff, would you attribute him as being responsible for bringing in the other two?
That's correct. Other two being Nick, Jake, and who else? Or just Nick and Jake?
Nick and Jake and Jeff.
Yes.
And I asked you earlier about someone named Sarah O'Brien. You don't know who that is?
Doesn't ring a bell.
All right.
No.
And did you ever ultimately speak with Shamara Bill yourself?
Never.
Do you know a person by the name of James Ullman?
It sounds familiar, but I'd have to get some context.
Do you know if he is an employee at Tesla with whom you ever spoke about Mr. Tripp?
If I ever spoke to him directly in regards to Martin Tripp, is that the question?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I have not.
Did there come a time in August of 2018 that there was a second shooter threat?
Yes.
Would you describe what happened there?
Oh, boy. It was a separate situation with two different employees. It was a husband-wife situation. Husband was let go, I believe, and I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't even thinking of talking about this, but wife was coming to work. She had relayed some domestic issues. There's a series of events that took place. She was put on paid leave. She had mentioned that he had weapons and that he was upset about being let go, so we postured ourselves accordingly. Not with an armed presence, but we boloed and put her on administrative leave, partnered with Amari on that one as well. But it was more of the perceived notion of a possible shooter, but I am paraphrasing that one, but that was the general context of the situation.
I should stop at this point and ask counsel if it's all right with you two, if we work straight through. I probably have an hour left. Mr. Gouthro seemed to suggest that's more convenient for him, but if people need a break, including the court reporters, we can stop.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, 2:30, if I can be out of here by 2:30, it's because of other work issue. I mean, I know this is more important, but that would be my goal if it's possible.
Well, I will have some questions, so I'm happy to keep working or take a short break if the court reporter needs it, but I will have some questions after he's done.
Okay.
Is 2:30 a realistic time frame to shoot for?
It depends, I don't know when counsel's gonna be done.
Okay,
I'll do my best to accommodate.
okay, thank you.
And take a break as soon as you can get it, please.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and mark this, and then we'll take a break?
It's gonna be 6 and 2 minutes is good.
You got it.
You need more than a break. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Should we take the break?
It's all
Yeah.
right, please.
Okay, we're going off the video record. The time is 12:21.
Oh, you're fine.
We're back on the video record. The time is approximately 12:35.
Okay, you've been handed Exhibit 6, Mr. Gouthro, which is a series of email communications in late August of 2018, and I take it these emails pertain to the active shooter situation, is that correct?
I haven't seen this before. I need to take a look here.
Or I should say the second alleged active shooter situation.
Okay,
Is that right?
that's what it appears to be, according to the first.
And most of these are communications between you and Mr. Jacinto, is that right?
Yes.
And that's consistent with the practice at Tesla at the time that you were the person who was heavily involved, along with Mr. Jacinto, when there was this type of alleged matter at the Gigafactory, right?
That's correct.
Let's mark this as 7, please. Mr. Gouthro, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit number 7. This is a document, go ahead. I see you're still looking at 6. Is there something you wanted to point out to us on 6?
No, I'm just educating myself here. It's been
Sure.
a while. Is there any questions that are going to relate to number 6?
No.
Okay.
You've answered my question.
Okay.
Okay, I've handed you exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what this document is?
No, it looks like a print off of a calendar invite for the after action meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
And it appears to be a meeting that was scheduled for June 26th of 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says recurrence weekly. And does this relate to those meetings you were describing that were to be in follow-up to do some sort of assessment of how the situation following Mr. Tripp was handled?
This is the platform in which those discussions took place, but this is a weekly reoccurrence where other things were discussed as well. But this was the platform in which I was prefacing to you earlier.
And the organizer is shown as Jeff Jones, and we've talked about who he is. The other required attendees, other than yourself, would you tell us who these other people are?
Yeah, so myself, Marshall Sprout, this is going back to my peers that worked at the site. Marshall Sprout was a security operations supervisor as well for swing shift. Christopher Milburn was in the same capacity for Grave. Richard Clark, same capacity for day shift. Heather Brown was badging and access control. Parker Fellows was fire systems and EMT. Nick DeCento, head of global security, or head of global investigations. Avery Bustamante, regional manager. Jeff Worrell, he was the IT tech, security IT technology. He was more of our systems and cameras and readers and all that kind of stuff. Nabi Numar, he was the global trainer. Lisa Rager was a intel threat assessment. Her background was CIA, so that was her portion of the puzzle.
By the way, this memo essentially that we're looking at, is this something you would have received?
Yeah, I'm on the counter invite, yes.
Okay. And then it says at the bottom, repurpose this week's meeting and added Fremont team. Discuss the Marty Tripp phone call, action, response, and prevention.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what was discussed in that conference?
Yes, absolutely. It's kind of like telegraphed from before. It was more of what we could have done better. We didn't actually, and that's why Lisa was added to the phone call. We didn't actually we didn't assess whether or not this was a credible threat or not. That's why, you see Avery on there. The actions that were given to react to this were gone over, right? So that's why some of these people were added, because from their background perspective, it was a learning lesson as to what we could have done better, assessing the threat, reacting to the threat, things of that nature. So this is the meeting that I was telling you about earlier.
Let's mark this, please. Thank you. Mr. Gouthro, I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit A. This was an online article on something called The Verge on March 11, 2019.
Yes.
And it references you and your whistleblower tap. And it says that Gouthro, and I'm looking at the top of the second page, Gouthro can also reportedly corroborate claims Tesla interfered with internal investigations into the alleged theft of $37 million of raw material at the Gigafactory and failed to disclose this and other illegal activities to the authorities and to shareholders. What is the underpinning of that, and just generally speaking?
Well, first of all, I think this is paraphrased a little bit too strongly, but at the end of the day, the root cause of this is that we did not have the bandwidth. 37 million, the numbers from the financial reports, working with Alexis Ramponi from sorry. I gotta keep reminding myself here, I apologize. From internal quality assurance, we didn't have the bandwidth. With this going on, Martin Tripp, other major investigations that were going on, during the time of this, we didn't have the bandwidth or the capability to start working with access control that would prevent the limitations or the possibilities of this taking place. This amount of raw material that was coming up missing, I mean, that exists in internal documentation, right? It's been an ongoing issue. But it was unfortunately one of those projects that had to be put off to the side for a multitude of reasons. Funding, because during that time, there was a recruiting freeze. We were trying to meet profitability. We were trying to meet Model 3 production numbers, so it came down to the fact that we didn't have the money to build more perimeter fencing. We couldn't get, the weigh scales and other things in place. We couldn't hire the additional people for that to man that, right? So there's a multitude of reasons that we couldn't get to that. So this is a little bit of a strong statement, but in theory, it's still the issue that we couldn't just focus on that.
Did the $37 million relate in any way to scrap, or was this just all materials that were stolen?
Calls for speculation, explanation.
It was a combination of two.
So to the extent that some material portion of this related to scrap, that would bolster what Martin Tripp was saying publicly about the concerns he had related to the excessive scrap at the Gigafactory.
From his
Vague and ambiguous calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
From his optic and his perception, yes, I could see that.
Let's mark this, please. Yes. All right, Mr. Gouthro, I've handed you Exhibit 9. It's a Breitbart article, the same date as the other article we just looked at, which was March 11th, 2019. It's an article that went out in Breitbart. Do you remember being interviewed by CNBC?
Do I remember being interviewed by CNBC?
Yes. Were you? Let me strike that. Were you interviewed by anyone at CNBC?
No, I was not. Is this saying that I was?
Well, I'm just trying to look at the bottom of the second page says a Tesla spokesperson recently told CNBC, but that's not you, it's what you're saying.
Correct.
It looks like most of the references to you in this article come from Mr. Meisner, and he represents you in the SEC matter, is that correct?
Correct.
Let's mark this, please. I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit Number 10, and this is a series of email chains on or about June 20th, 2018, some of which are copied to you. There is some communications. Let's go back to the next to last page. And there was a question asked by Mr. Bustamante as to whether or not we record phone calls that come in. And apparently the response was from Mr. Angel or Miss Angel Bessonets that, from my understanding, because we are still using the Genesis phones, our calls are not recorded. Shamra mentioned the caller called from a blocked number. Did you have concerns that calls such as the one that came into Miss Bell were not recorded?
Of course. I mean, that's the truth. I mean, they had an outdated system that they're still using, but at the same perspective, our calls coming into the operations center, we didn't have the capability of recording either. So there was multitude of issues from different avenues on that, but we just didn't have the technology or in place at the time to actually do that.
You would agree that's a weakness in the system at Tesla, at least at that time, right?
For opportunities like this, or whether it's quality assurance or making sure the customer service is there, or other internal KPIs, but yes, that's definitely something that is not good.
With the recording of the call, you and others in the security could have done a better job of trying to assess the validity or veracity of that caller by listening to the recording, right?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation, lies, information, and complete hypothetical.
Back at Facebook, we had very similar technology, and that was part of the after action, or actually used for the assessment. Whether it was a bomb threat, things like that, you go back, you reread it, you think of the tone, you think of any surrounding sounds. There's a bunch of different checklists that DHS and everybody else puts out that you need to go back, and that's part of the process from an audible perspective for validity of the threat. But in this case, it could have been used, to your point, yes.
Mr. Gouthro, I've asked you a lot of questions today, particularly concerning Mr. Tripp. Have I missed anything that I should be asking you, or information you have that you can share with me as it relates to Martin Tripp or the investigation on Martin Tripp at Tesla?
Vague and ambiguous.
I don't have anything. I mean, there's more here than I even expected. So to answer your question, I don't have anything at this point in time.
Do you have anything else? Okay. We have no further questions.
Do you want to take a quick break off the record? We can change spots.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, we can do that. Aaron, I'm gonna give you a call real quick.
That sounds good.
Yeah, not a problem.
Going off the video record, the time is 12:14. This is the beginning of media number 4 in the deposition of Sean Gouthro. We're back on the video record at 1 o'clock.
So, Mr. Gouthro, my name is Allison LeBeau. I know we met earlier this morning, but I wanted to introduce myself to you on the record. I represent Tesla. I'm going to give the court reporter a document I'm going to have look in front of you and then ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Do you want to mark any order?
Yes, please. So I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. For the record, it's a document with a Bates number at the bottom that says TES-TRIP_00202140. Now, I know you're not on this email, but for the record, it appears to be an email chain. And do you see at the bottom, the first email is from Marty Tripp, and then it's to an email exchange between Marty Tripp and Elon Musk on June 20th, 2018? Do you see that?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Were you made aware of this email exchange after it was made?
No.
Do you recall anyone ever making you aware that Martin Tripp had emailed Elon Musk saying, "Don't worry, you have what's coming to you for the lies you have told to the public and investors"?
Correct. No, I was not.
Okay. So this is the first time you're seeing this email.
Yes.
And again, this email is on the morning of June 20th, 2018. Do you see that in the timestamp at the top of the page?
I do.
And that was the same day where the potential threat came into the Gigafactory. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
And that potential threat, the call came into the Las Vegas call center later in the afternoon, right?
Based off this time frame, you are correct.
Is it before Mr. Musk received the email from Mr. Tripp that is at Exhibit 11, isn't it accurate that Tesla had not engaged private investigators to follow Mr. Tripp?
Repeat the question?
Before Mr. Musk had received the email from Martin Tripp,
This email?
yes, in Exhibit 11 that you're
Okay.
looking at, isn't it accurate that Tesla had not engaged private investigators to follow Mr. Tripp? In other words, that only happened after Mr. Musk received this email.
No, to my knowledge, there was actually personal investigators that were following him prior to.
And when did that start? Or where did you hear that?
That came from Nick Jacinto and team, and this is during the course of the beginning of the investigation throughout the middle of May.
When was the first time that you had personal contact with the private investigators?
My initial contact was about a week to 2 weeks prior to the June 20th situation.
And was the PI team normally in contact with Mr. Jacinto and Mr. Nocone?
To my knowledge, yes, they were, because they received information from them at certain points in time. I'm not sure to what extent or how often, because I wasn't looking at their phones or wasn't around them 24/7, but...
Now, I'm going to make a representation to you that Mr. Nocone wasn't hired by Nisos Group and didn't come to work with Tesla until June 11th.
He was a contractor working under Nick, because he was on a
Right.
hiring freeze, correct?
And that didn't happen until June 11th. I'll make that representation that Mr. Nocone didn't actually start working for Nisos until June 11th. Does that suggest to you that your time might be a little off? It might be mid-June instead of mid-May?
No. It may have been from during his involvements, but Jake was there prior to the June 11th, for sure.
So if Mr. Nocone said that he wasn't hired by Nisos until June 11th, he would either be wrong or lying?
I wouldn't suggest that, no, not at all.
Is it possible that you might have the timeline wrong?
With me meeting Jake and interacting with him, the timeline could be a little off, but Jake was definitely at that site prior to.
And so it's your understanding that...
And of course, that's from my optic and my involvement, for
Now,
sure.
is it your understanding that the PIs were hired before Jake got involved or after Jake got involved?
I can't answer that question.
Would Mr. Jacinto and Mr. Nocone know more about that issue?
Absolutely.
Now, when you testified earlier that you received word about the potential threat to the Gigafactory.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? And within a few minutes, you called the Story County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you called the non-emergency line?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, I believe so.
And part of the reason why you called was because Tesla security isn't armed at the Gigafactory. Is that correct?
For my intent of calling them?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, one of your job responsibilities is to ensure the safety of people at the Gigafactory, or it was. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the safety of employees working at the Gigafactory, is fair to say that was something that was important to you?
Absolutely.
And it's fair to say that you took the potential threat to the Gigafactory seriously because the safety of employees at the Gigafactory is important to you?
From a moral and ethical perspective, but at the same time also fall in direction of my leadership, yes.
And in addition to following the direction from leadership, you thought it was important to make sure that Tesla employees at the Gigafactory were safe. Is that fair to say?
That's, whether it's this situation or on a day-to-day basis, that's usually the basis for our reasoning.
Now, you mentioned that you had a meeting after the fact to talk about with the security team things you could have done better that day. Is that fair to say?
We is more of the pronoun used for the entire collective group. Yes.
Yes. So then when you say the collective group, are you talking about the security response team?
It could be that. It could be who else, any of the stakeholders that are involved in the communication, anybody in the company that was involved in that process.
And was the purpose of that meeting to learn from the actions on June 20th and decide and determine ways that the team could respond better in the future?
Yes, and that's always, any situation, whether it's good or bad, that's always best practice to assess that, look at it, and see what could have been done better.
And was it important to the team members at that meeting that that they discuss ways to make procedures better in the future? It was something they took seriously?
Yes.
Now I want you to look at a document that's in your in what you were shown earlier. I'll give you the exhibit number.
Good.
It is Exhibit 5. It is the police report for the potential threat to the Gigafactory. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, one of the things you said earlier, and you can correct me if I get it wrong, was that you were told not to tell the law enforcement where Mr. Tripp was. Is that correct?
At the point in time, yes.
Was it that you were told not to tell where Mr. Tripp was, or was it that you were told not to say that Tesla had private investigators following him?
Both.
Now, who told you that?
Jake Nicole.
Now, at the time that you received the call, or you were alerted about the Gigafactory, the potential Gigafactory threat, did you personally know where Mr. Tripp was?
Not at the time, no.
And at some point, you learned that Mr. Tripp was spotted at a Safeway, correct?
To my best of my knowledge, yeah.
And did you pass that information on to the law enforcement officers that were at the Gigafactory?
Mm-mm.
You did not? Mm-mm. And that's because, why not?
So that was early on in the time frame where he was at the Safeway before he went to the Nugget. So that wasn't until we escalated process, set up, did an operational brief, everything like that, before we even discussed doing a welfare check. So during that timeline, there was never a need for that.
And can I turn your attention then to the Exhibit 5,
Mm-hmm.
and I want you to turn to the first page of the report by Christopher Parker. It's about 4 pages in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that page in front of you?
Page 4, you said, correct?
Yes. I think that's the right one you have. Oh, no, it's actually not. It's 4 pages in.
What's the number at the bottom?
It's 1256.
Gotcha. Okay.
And do you see about 2/3 of the way down, there's a paragraph that says, at approximately 17:41 hours. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on to say, Chief Dozen received a phone call from Gouthro advising that Tripp had been seen at a Safeway on Vista Boulevard in Sparks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
I do.
Does that refresh your recollection that you did, in fact, advise Chief Dozen that...
It does not.
No?
No.
Do you have any reason to doubt that Chief Dozen actually received a call from you advising that Tripp had been seen at a Safeway?
No. So there was a phone call that took place between Chief Dawson and I several times. But what I learned from the after actions, so from an operational security standpoint, that my conversations in public with the team that was there who knew the PI team was there, so with my internal people, that was overheard. So the conversation, again, I was following direction from my team not to tell them that, but having that conversation out in the open is probably where they got the information from. There was never any direct communication. But there are other deputies and sergeants that were there. So to my understanding, that's how the information was given.
So
So at the end of the day, if I told them where he was, it would have been an issue at the end of the day, legally or not.
Right.
Right. But, to be honest with me, following the direction that was given and me having the conversation with my peers, that's how the information was probably processed.
Did Mr. This says that Chief Dozen received a phone call from you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't suggest that he actually overheard others speaking about the Safeway, that Tripp had been loaded at Safeway, that you had in fact called him to tell him that.
There were several phone calls that took place with Chief Dawson and I, whether it was talking about the media, statements, what the status update was when they finally got to the Nugget and got to him after going to his house first and things of that nature. But that conversation with me and Chief Dawson directly telling him that he was at the Nugget did not come from me.
This one I'm talking about is this the Safeway, not the Nugget. So it says that you...
Either one, whether, it was me getting updates from the PI team and having conversation with Marshall or Parker or any of my peers that were there, or the security team, I did a bad job of making sure that my conversation was being done where it should have been.
And why would Chief Dosen write that he received a phone call from you if in fact he overheard it from others?
That I do not know. It was the same.
Objection calls for speculation.
I do not know the answer to that question.
Isn't it?
Just to the point about the quote of Little Birdie or other things in there. This is an interpretation of a series of events from a different party. So.
And do you think that Chief Dosen got this part wrong, where he says he received a phone call from you advising that Tripp had been seen at a Safeway on Vista Boulevard?
Whether the information came from me and those were heard, so the concept of what he's talking about is not wrong. He got the information from somebody, but not from myself directly on a phone call.
So someone at Tesla provided him with information that Tripp had been located at Safeway. It's
what
fair
I'm
to say.
saying right now is that based off the after action and me going through here and talking with my leadership, I was having conversation with my peers out in the open where everybody was at that north gate. So I was receiving the information, so was some of my peers, and we were having an open discussion. So whether it was overheard and relayed, at the end of the day, the information did get to the police, which ethically was probably the best thing to do, but it was not received directly from me and given to Chief Dawson.
It was someone else relayed the information
That
to
is
Chief
correct.
Dawson.
And that is speculation, but all I know is that that conversation was never directly had with me and him.
Okay. Now, earlier, Mr. Tripp's counsel asked you about another active shooter threat. Do you recall that?
I recall the conversation, and I vaguely recall the situation, yes.
And do you recall, I think you said that you didn't ask for an armed presence from law enforcement? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I want to introduce a new document for you to take a look at.
The reason why it wasn't suggested is that we had a PI team in place.
So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Are we done with?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And Exhibit 12 is a document with bait stamp Tripp 01158. Do you see that at
Yes.
the bottom? Does this appear to be a police report from the Story County Sheriff's Office about the potential threat, the second active use shooter threat to the Gigafactory? And take your time to look at it if you need to.
Yes, it is.
So I want you to turn to the page that ends in 1161. It is page 1 of the report of Tony Dozen. Do you see that? And you see at the bottom of the page, well, I'll just start with the first paragraph. It says, on July 27th, 2018. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you at the page that ends in 1161 at the bottom? That's that one.
Oh,
Perfect.
I appreciate it.
So I want to turn your attention to the paragraph at the top of the page there. And it says, on July 27, 2018, at approximately 2:31 p.m., I received a telephone call from Tesla Security Director Sean Gouthro about the concern of threats made by a former subcontractor working for Tesla, identified as Terrence McMillan. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it goes on to say, Gouthro advised that he had received a telephone call from Dr. Renee Schneider, who works for Lyra Health in California. Dr. Schneider advised Gouthro that she had just received a telephone call from Subject McMillan, who advised that he was angry for being fired and wanted to kill 35 people with an unknown time frame. At this time, Gouthro requested extra deputies to be positioned at the 2 entrance gates leading into Tesla. Do you see that?
I do.
Does this refresh your recollection that you requested the Story County Sheriff's deputies provide armed officers at the entrance gates?
Yes, it does, and it also refreshes my memory on the rest of the decision process on that. So, based off the after action, did request it, but because we had a PI team PO already established, there was no timeline given, and that we were working with the doctor in our EAP service group, it was made a decision that the PI team would be put in place.
So I want to turn your attention back to another exhibit that we looked at earlier today, and that is Exhibit 4.
Okay.
And this is the Bloomberg article with baits starting at Tripp 01671. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I believe you testified earlier that you spoke to Matt Robinson and Zeke Fox, the authors of the article.
Yes.
Can you tell me when you spoke to them?
I have to do some reverse timeline here. I can't recall. It was weeks prior to the publishing of this, I know that.
How many times did you speak with them?
Once in person when they flew out, and there was 2 conference calls between Stuart Meisner and myself and them.
And were both Matt Robinson and Zeke Fox present for both conference calls and the one in-person meeting?
Absolutely.
And who else besides you, Matt Robinson, and Zeke Fox were at the one in-person meeting?
Aaron?
You may answer.
The one in person, so the 2 conference calls were just myself and the prior people that were there that I just previously discussed. And the second one was myself and Carl Hansen was there as well.
And the in-person, Mr. Hansen was present?
Yes.
Were any attorneys with you?
No.
Have you met with either Mr. Robinson or Mr. Fox after the article was published, or spoken to them?
No.
How were you introduced to Mr. Robinson and Mr. Fox?
Through Stuart Meisner.
And how was that introduction made? Was it email?
Phone call?
It was that the one of the phone calls you mentioned earlier, or is that a separate phone call?
That was a separate phone call, right after my representation was given with Stuart Meisner.
And that was an initial phone call, was sort of just a meet and greet introduction?
No, if you're asking how I was introduced to them,
Yes.
like physically, like whether I was on the phone, like I was introduced to the idea by Stu because they had reached out to Stu wanting to do an article. The first of the 2 phone calls I was I just talked to you about prior. One of those, the first one was the actual introduction for the first time over the phone.
Understood. And do you know why they reached out to Mr. Meisner?
Reputation, prior involvement. Actually, Aaron?
You may answer the questions.
The
To the best of your knowledge that you actually know the answer to your question, you can answer the question.
Right.
I wouldn't guess to the answer.
based off my understanding of why they had reached out to him is because of Stuart's already involvement from an SEC perspective, and then the addition to Stu mentioning my representation along the matter. So I never asked the question specifically. I just went along with his suggestions and legal counsel.
Did you file a whistleblower report with the SEC about Tesla?
Yes.
When was that report filed?
I would have to look back at the dates, but
Approximately is fine.
Aaron, do you recall that date of when I first worked with Stu? It was shortly after.
This is for you to answer, but if counsel would like me to try to obtain that information later, we can work that out on the record.
I would.
Okay. I'll take your best estimate today.
So we're in June. It's around the January time frame, late January. I'd say between middle January, middle February, that time frame.
And that's of 2019?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
This was after you were no longer working at Tesla?
That is correct. Shortly thereafter.
Do you have a copy of that report?
Which report?
The report you filed with the SEC.
No, but I can obtain it.
What did the report to the SEC say?
A series of things.
My understanding, I'm going to object, my understanding from Mr. Meisner is that the contents of that report is confidential.
Are you going to instruct him not to answer?
I will, Yes, if that's something you guys need to obtain later, I believe Mr. Meisner should be part of that.
So my question is just, I want to get on the record, if you're instructing him not to answer, and get on the record that he's going to follow, whether or not he's going to follow your advice. So that's my question. Are you instructing him not to answer that question?
Yes, I'm going to instruct him not to answer about the contents of that report.
And are you going to follow your counsel's advice?
I will, yes, ma'am.
Are you hoping to be compensated for filing a report with the SEC?
No.
Okay.
That's not the basis or the intent.
So I want to take a look then at Exhibit 4, have it back in front of you, and I want to turn your attention to the page with the Bates 1673 at the bottom. And then I want to take your attention to something we looked at earlier in the day. It's on the right-hand column, and it's the middle of the first paragraph without the numbers, where it says, Gouthro says Tesla's security operation behaved unethically in its zeal to nail the leaker. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell me all the things you think that Tesla did that was unethical in its zeal to nail the leaker.
Combination of the way that we obtain the information. Number one, the big one was monitoring his devices. Things that would suggest privacy violation. It seemed like there was no procedures or policies in place on situations such as this, and there wasn't. It was done ad hoc. The correspondences and the reactions from Tesla in regards to the situation without actually having objective information in front of them to substantiate these claims. Again, operationally, taking things to the level it did with the police without actually assessing fully at the beginning of the situation or sharing of all the information that was relevant. There's just a few off the top of my head.
Anything else as you sit here today you can think of?
I can get back to you. But no, not right now.
Okay. Now, let's talk about you said monitoring of his devices. And is that what you were talking about? Mr. Lindemuller was looking at some images in the room next to where Mr. Tripp was being interviewed?
Correct.
Now, can you describe for me what the room looked like? Was Mr. Lindemuller looking at a screen? How was the room situated?
It was myself, Jake McCone, Nick Jacinto, and Andrew Littemeyer. Andrew Littemeyer was to my right, and essentially what I was seeing was like a fuzzy, it wasn't a fuzzy image, but it was an image of what looked like the background of an application of a phone. And it was almost like it was an interface where you can click on things and open things up, and then when the text messages were there, you can actually see there'd be a delay, but you could see the text messages that were coming in after the fact. Emails, the notification bars popping up, things like that. So I wasn't paying attention or staring too hard at it, but that was what was going on.
And was that at the same time that Mr. Tripp's work laptop was being imaged?
Yes, it was during the same time. No, it was not. I apologize. We had possession of it, but we hadn't started the imaging yet.
You had possession of it. When did the imaging happen? Was it that same day?
It was the same day, yes.
And would that happen in the same room?
He walked back and forth between the IT help desk, which was about 20 yards west of that, through the cafe. But it was a series of different events. And again, I'm not a subject matter expert when it comes to that, but I know that there was a lot taking place with the laptop at the same time. I'm not sure when the actual imaging took place or the download, but it happened during the course of that 3 hours, towards the middle and end of it.
And that was at the same time that Mr. Tripp was being interviewed by Mr. Jacinto and Mr. Nocon?
No. Jake Nocon and Nick Jacinto were not in that room. With us. He was in the room with us. Amari Henderson was in the room physically with Martin Tripp across the way.
And did Mr. Jacinto and Mr. Nocone join at some point, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Tripp?
I could not answer that. Maybe there's a conversation at the beginning I wasn't aware of, but I'm just, during the time that I was there, I never saw that.
Okay. Now, do you know what device? I know you said you saw that on the was it on a screen that Mr. Lindemuller was looking at emails and text messages? You have to answer audibly for
Yes,
the
ma'am,
record.
sorry.
And do you know what device those emails and text messages were coming from?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it was coming from Mr. Tripp's Tesla work laptop?
No, it was not.
How do you know that?
Because it was looking at the background of a cell phone application. You had the green text message button, you had all that kind of stuff on there. There was no work applications or anything on there.
How do you know it wasn't a screenshot that was sent through an email to a computer and that's how it was on the screen?
There's user interaction and clicking and going through the information.
And do you know what, so your understanding is that this is from, it wasn't from a computer, it was from a cell phone?
Correct.
How do you know that?
Just based off my understanding of what the background of a cell phone looked like, other applications, Waze, Snapchat, Instagram, icons, things like that.
Do you have an understanding of whether laptops are able to sync with phones?
For the work laptop, they're not allowed to do that.
Do you know whether Mr. Tripp may have done that anyway?
During the course of the re-imaging, I can't answer that question, but none of those applications are on there.
How do you know that?
Because during the course of him doing that, when I was in the room going back and forth, I didn't see anything like that to the best of my knowledge.
And how do you know what Mr. Lindemuller was, how do you know that Mr. Lindemuller was looking at something from a cell phone as opposed to an image on a laptop of a cell phone?
An image? So what's the question?
Is it your understanding that it's possible to sync a cell phone to a computer?
In theory, yes, absolutely, that's correct.
And if that's the case, how do you know that what Mr. Lindemuller was looking at wasn't a synced image of a cell phone from a laptop?
Because the order of the operation was that we're going to look at the cell phone and then get to the computer. That was a step process. At that point, we haven't even gotten to the computer yet.
Did you personally, other than seeing it over Mr. Lindemuller's shoulders, look at and review the images on whatever device it was Mr. Lindemuller was looking at?
That's like looking over my shoulder, but I saw some. Are you talking about like pictures, or just what did I saw in general?
No, were you tasked with looking at the images, other than you just happened to see them over Mr. Lindemuller's shoulder?
I was not physically tasked, but I was next to him, and we were conversing and talking, just like we were during the rest of the course of the investigation. I mean, we all had our silos that we were focused on, but nothing in there was classified versus non-classified, essentially.
Did Mr. Lindemuller ever tell you what device those images he were looking at came from?
I never asked.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Lindemuller would know better than you would what device those images came from?
That's why he was tasked with the job, yes.
So it would be fair to say that he would know better than you what device those came from?
Yes, but it doesn't change my perception of what was being seen, or what we were reading, and personal text messages from his wife and things of that nature and things like that. Again, work computers don't allow that either. With the VPN and firewall and stuff like that, it's not capable of doing that.
What's your basis for saying it's not capable of doing that?
I mean, I'm not a computer expert, so could we possibly do that nowadays? Possibly. But again, it's not designed for that capability.
So your understanding is
privacy
that employees aren't supposed to put personal things on work computers. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And is it your understanding, nevertheless, that it's technologically possible for them to do so?
I can't account for everyone's actions, but that's the process.
And do you know one way, or it would be fair to say you don't know one way or another, whether Mr. Tripp put personal communications on his work laptop?
Never had that conversation with him, nor can I confirm or deny that, so yeah.
And you mentioned there was another contractor that was looking at the images. Do you recall his name?
I don't know. There's like 3 or 4 people at certain different times during the course of this, that the same organization that Jake was working with at the time, that they were there in and out at different times.
Was that Nisos?
If that's the organization's name, that, yeah.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Lindemuller was the primary person tasked with looking at the images?
No.
Who was the primary person?
That I don't know, but during my involvement, that's who was actually looking at that.
Okay, so he may not have been the primary person, but he's the person you saw looking at them.
That's correct.
Do you know whether I think you testified earlier, and you can again correct me if I'm wrong, that Mr. Tripp's work laptop was security took possession of that, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you have no knowledge, one way or another, whether or not security took possession of any of Mr. Tripp's cell phone, be it work or personal?
We did have personal. We did have that with us at one point, but not during the course of when Amari was with them, because we were monitoring what he was actually doing. We had his work devices and a personal thumb drive. So we had his personal thumb drive that we took from his desk and the security laptop, and he didn't have a work phone. The personal phone that we were monitoring, we wanted him to have that to see if we can pinpoint who else he was talking to. At that point, we've already theorized that there's other people involved during this process. So that was the basis of that.
And when you say you had his personal cell phone, what do you mean?
We were monitoring it.
How were you monitoring it, and who was doing it?
That was the same conversation we just had about Andrew Littmeyer.
But again, you don't know what device Mr. Lindemulder was monitoring. You testified to that earlier, correct?
The point about the actual conversation being had and the way we had it set up, right, was the fact that we wanted him in the room to have that conversation. Amari was going to initiate that conversation. This is the first time he's being approached by HR on this matter. That's when we wanted to see the reaction and see if we can actually start gathering information to connect the dots to the open points in the investigation that we had currently. So we are monitoring his personal cell phone from.
Wait a minute. You lost me at dots. If we could connect,
I apologize.
Connect the dots.
From what point? I apologize. Actually, I'll just start over. So,
I'm sorry.
no. I have to keep reminding myself to slow down a little bit. The point of having that conversation was obviously like during the course of any beginning of the investigation, when HR is having that initial conversation, we wanted to get the reaction and see if he was actually communicating with anybody else. Now, we had all of his work devices to include one personal thumb drive in our possession in the other room. So the only other information that we could have been possibly monitoring live was the use of his cell phone that he had in his possession, which is only a personal cell phone. There was no work cell phone issued to him or anything of that nature. And then based off of what I had seen, I was drawing the deduction that that is what we were seeing, along with text messages to his wife. Whether it was synced to his laptop or not, I don't know.
And how logistically was, if you believe Tesla was monitoring Mr. Tripp's laptop, how logistically did that happen? Do you know?
I wasn't part of that process, but it was the same thing that took place at Uber. It's not hard to do at all, right? I mean, that's the deduction that I was seeing on his screen.
Well, who did it? Who did the monitoring of Mr.
Again,
Tripp's cell phone?
back to my original statement, Andrew Littmeyer was the one that was looking at it. Who set it up? Who installed the technology behind it? I wasn't a part of that process.
So if someone installed software on Mr. Tripp's cell phone, you don't know who it is?
Again, that wasn't my wheelhouse. That wasn't part of my process.
And do you in fact know whether or not Tesla installed software on Mr. Tripp's cell phone?
Well, they installed. I don't think that you would even need to install software for that kind of capability. But to answer your question, the answer is no.
If they didn't install software on her phone, how could Tesla possibly have been monitoring Tripp's personal cell phone?
That's a question that, whether I do internet research, I can't objectively say that was, I didn't draw that conclusion there, but it's completely theoretical, possible by simple research.
And is this research you did after you were terminated from Tesla?
No, not at all.
When did you do this research?
Right after the fact that it took place, I didn't even know it was theoretically possible.
And you discovered that it was theoretically possible?
Absolutely.
How is it theoretically possible? Describe it to me.
I can't sit here and give you the full details about it, but any Google search would show you that capability exists.
But sitting here today, you can't describe logistically how that capability works?
I'm not prepared. No.
Is that because this isn't really your area of expertise?
No, I'm just not, of course it's not my area of expertise. I've mentioned that several times over the course of the
Right.
testimony, but sure.
Now, you also mentioned that you said one of the things you think that Tesla security operation behaved unethically in its zeal to nail the leaguer was correspondence from Tesla without evidence substantiating the claims. Can you tell me what correspondence you're referring to?
I'm talking about the exchanges between Elon, the public postings, the response from the media. The investigation wasn't even completed during part of that process.
What communications involving Mr. Musk?
Just the simple conversations we had on the conference calls, his reactions to it, some of the accusations that he made, some of the words that he used. I believe that some of the initial responses after the information from Business Insider was released, some of his responses to that to me seemed unethical because there was nothing substantiating that fact at that time. But in order for me to give you a more detailed answer, I have to go back to the timeline. But during the court, that was the reasoning for my statement with them.
Sitting here today, do you recall any particular statement from Elon Musk? Setting aside ones that were internal to Tesla on conference calls and things, do you recall any particular statement that Mr. Tripp made to anyone outside of Tesla that you thought was unethical?
That Mr. Tripp made?
I'm sorry, that Mr. Musk made.
That Mr. Musk made?
That you thought was unethical?
It was just to me, from a CEO perspective, some of the media responses were unbecoming.
Which ones?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Is there
There's
any?
several of them.
But can you remember
Whether
any?
it's in regards to Martin Tripp or in regards to going public at $420 a share, or the smoking of the marijuana, or anything, the repercussions from that. It was just more of the context of the type of responses that we saw, his reactionary attitude towards things of that nature. That's more of the reasons why, on that particular quote, the unethical portion of that.
Well, let's talk about statements with respect to Martin Tripp. Let's limit that. Sitting here today, can you recall any statements that any specific statements that Mr. Musk made with respect to Mr. Tripp that you consider unethical?
Not off the top of my head right now, no.
And then you said something about public postings. What were you talking about there?
All the tweets, all those type of things in regards to it, even in regards to things with Carl Hansen, the words of calling people nut jobs, and just the typical things that you don't expect the CEO to make. That's the grounds of my reasoning for that. But getting back to the question, that's all I have for right now.
And when you're talking about public postings by Mr. Musk?
That is correct, yes.
Anyone else at Tesla that you're referring to?
Not at this point in time, no.
Now, one of the other things you said is that taking things to the police but not sharing all the information. Are you referring to the potential threat to the Gigafactory when you say that?
I'm not sure if I'm following. Which episode, which time are we talking about?
I think one of the things, and you can again correct me if I got it wrong, one of the things you said earlier when I said name all the things that Tesla security behaved unethically in its zeal to nail the leaguer, I think one of the things you said was taking things to police but not sharing all of the information. Mm-hmm. Is that fair?
Yes.
And taking what things to the police? What are you referring to there?
Mainly that was so that quote right there is kind of paraphrased a little bit, but I'm specifically talking about the sharing of the information between the PI team and the police, and that kind of partnership from that perspective. And
was it fair to say that you were the main contact between the Story County Sheriff's Office and Tesla with respect to the Gigafactory threat?
No, there's multiple other phone calls that are taking place between legal, between Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones is also making contact with the Sheriff's Department, but for the majority of the operational purpose of that, I was the majority of it, yes, but there was way more people that were involved with
that. Now, you didn't share information that the PIs had relayed to you, or did you? Did you share information that the private investigators had relayed to you with the Sheriff's Department about Tripp's whereabouts?
Yes, at the end of the day, based off my reasoning of how that information got to them, even though it was not shared directly, mm-hmm. Based off our understanding of how it probably transpired with me not being mindful of who was in my surroundings, yes.
So ultimately,
and I don't regret that at all.
Ultimately, the Sheriff's Department got the information.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's how they made it to the nugget. They would never have known that unless it wasn't shared or received at some point in time.
And do you know who shared with the Story County Sheriff's Office that Mr. Tripp was at the nugget?
No, that's the part I don't understand. So at the end of the day, when Chief Dawson was with the other sergeant, and they're the ones out doing the looking, I don't know which one of the deputies had relayed the information, but they did get the information, luckily, and were able to find him.
And do you know if they got the information from someone at Tesla?
That I don't know.
You don't know one way or another?
I don't. But drawing the conclusion back to that's the only way it could have been happened. Like it could have happened at some point during the course of us having that conversation out in the open.
Okay. Now you also said that you've educated yourself after the fact on various things. Mm-hmm. You have to answer audibly.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. When did you start educating yourself about various things?
Object and vague and ambiguous. You may answer, Sean.
when there was multiple things. There were other major investigations that were taking place. During the course of the Martin Tripp investigation, started educating myself a little bit about the backgrounds of certain individuals, backgrounds of prior things at different organizations, whether it was military related, government related, things like that. Looking into just reading case reports, understanding what Martin Tripp was doing, other things. Just making myself better aware of the tools and resources available to me, but it was nothing. And they continued after my separation, but it started from a different optic at that point.
And when you say the background of certain individuals, are you referring to those that came from Uber?
Yes, plus others.
And who?
It's just better understanding your colleagues, essentially what it is.
And did you ever raise any concerns with anyone at Tesla about the background of those that had come from Uber?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
When did you do that, and to whom?
About the background of...
Objection vague at time and ambiguous to who exactly in question here.
Am I answering the... Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Certainly. When did you first raise concerns about the background of the security personnel that had come from Uber?
When did I first?
Yes.
It was shortly after the June 20th, the whole situation. Don't remember exactly what day it was, but that's when I started.
And who did you raise those concerns with?
Oh boy. A lot of my peers brought it to my attention, and just to make things simple, a lot of the people on that distribution list for that after action, Avery Bustamante, regional manager, talking to him, making sure that what I was seeing was valid without going to Jeff Jones about it, because again, that's more of a I don't know how to put it. Asking the questions of other leaders without going directly to the people who were leaders that came in from Uber, if that makes sense. And at that point in time, that was pretty much it. In regards to their backgrounds from Ubers, those are the only people I really talked to about that.
Avery Bustamante and who else? Anyone else?
Marshall, Parker.
Do you remember their last names?
Yeah, they're all in this exhibit. Marshall Sprout, S-P-R-O-T-T. Parker Fellows, F-E-L-L-O-W-S. Heather Brown. Avery Bustamante. Lisa Rager was one of them. And it wasn't more of a dig, it was more of a, is this really true, and what's the story behind it, if you can tell me, type deal.
Did you, other than the group of folks you've discussed, raise your concerns with anyone else at Tesla about the background of the folks that had come from Uber?
Not at that point, but when I was getting questioned by inside counsel in regards to our the internal investigation, it was mentioned, yes. I asked the question.
All right, I'm not going to ask you about your
I
discussions.
understand, but to answer your question
Sure.
appropriately, yes, there are other people from inside counsel.
Okay, so other than in-house counsel and then the folks on the security team that you've mentioned, did you raise your concerns about the folks that had come from Uber with anyone else?
No, but it was brought to my attention from other people outside of those two groups.
Okay. And who were those people?
Again, we go back to Alexis Ramponi. He was the one that reported to Dupac, the CFO at the time. And he had asked me if I had seen that and what my thoughts were on it, but that was during that was the beginning of a meeting that we had that had nothing to do with it. It was just kind of one of those FYSAs. And that was it.
That's it. Now, you're aware generally of the allegations in the Uber lawsuit, is that correct?
I've got a general understanding, but the accusations and stuff like that, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you don't have any personal knowledge about the accusations in the Uber lawsuit?
Anything that's been filed publicly and anything from that perspective, what's been told to me from those group of individuals is the only thing that I have any grounds to go off on that.
Right. You've never worked at Uber, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And so
I've worked with them, benchmarking while at Facebook, but I never was an employee of Uber.
Okay. Have you, before working at Tesla, had you ever worked with Nick Jacinto or Jake Nocon?
Not at all.
And so the only understanding of what happened you have related to the Uber case is from discussions with your colleagues and from reading the legal papers filed in the case. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Now, we discussed at length the fact that you believe that Tesla and Mr. Lindemuller in particular had access to images from Tripp's phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever raise those concerns with anyone at Tesla?
Yes,
Who did you raise those concerns with?
Jeff Jones.
Objection, vague to time.
Anyone else?
Give me the answer, Sean.
No. Jeff Jones is my senior director, and
And-
he could take the information and go with as he approves.
And what did Jeff Jones say to you in that conversation?
He says he'll take a look into it. It was a very vague conversation that transitioned into other conversation.
And did you ever follow up with Mr. Jones after that, or was it just
No,
the one
because
conversation?
things went downhill very quickly after the fact. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Let me know if you want to take a break at any point.
No, I'm good. For right now, unless anybody else wants to, but I'm fine.
Okay, sounds good. Are you aware, or did you learn that, well, actually, let me start back.
Okay.
You're aware that at some point, Mr. Nocon and Mr. Jacinto and Mr. Henderson interviewed Mr. Tripp, is that
The
right?
three of them?
Yes.
I'm learning of that, but I was not aware of, I wasn't around for that at all.
You weren't involved in that interview?
No, but it seems like it took place at the beginning of the day that it took place, I would imagine. But no, I was not aware at all.
And do you have any knowledge about what Mr. Tripp said in that interview?
I can't recall.
Are you aware that Mr. Tripp admitted to giving Tesla information to Lynette Lopez at Business Insider during that interview?
I can't recall. Not at the time.
I want to turn your attention to another paragraph in Exhibit 4. And it is the last paragraph on the page that ends in 1673.
Okay.
And it starts with the sentence, it's in the middle of that paragraph. In early 2018, he named Jeff Jones, a top Uber security executive, as his global security chief and hired Jacinto and Nocon as investigators, interviewing the three personally, according to Gouthro. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Answer audibly.
Yes, ma'am. God damn, sorry.
Everyone forgets, don't worry about
Okay.
it. Now, did you tell the reporters that Mr. Musk interviewed?
No, that's an inaccurate statement, but it's close. They came close. So Jacinto was interviewed at some point by Elon, and that was told to me by Nick directly. Later on throughout the course of it, because of the escalation, Elon did make the request to start interviewing anybody who was brought onto that team, considering where things were going. And even Jeff Jones' replacement, when it came to Carl Wagner, that's he was going to his team. So Elon did get involved in it. So they came close, but that wasn't really where they should have taken that completely.
And sitting here today, do you have any knowledge as to whether Mr. Musk personally interviewed Nick Jacinto before he was hired?
According to Nick Jacinto, yes, that's what he told me.
And when did Mr. Jacinto tell you that?
That was, I believe, the first couple of days we met.
And sitting here today, do you know whether or not Mr. Musk personally interviewed Jake Nocon before he was hired?
Jake Nocon, no, that's a part that would be a question because he was on a contractor. So unless, I don't think that would have even taken place, but I don't have the knowledge of that. But Jacinto was, and then subsequently after the fact, that did take place.
Got it.
And that was even told to me by Carl Wagner, CIA, who replaced Jeff Jones. So it was public knowledge, and it wasn't anything bad. It was just a fact.
Now, I want you to turn your attention to another part of this article that's in Exhibit 4. It's the page that ends in 1675. And it's the second full paragraph that starts with the interview. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
It says, the interview lasted almost 6 hours. By the end, the investigator seemed sympathetic, telling Tripp what he'd done was not even close to anything bad. Tripp pulled out his phone and showed them a video of himself playing guitar. Dude, that's impressive, one said. Gouthro says they debriefed a furious Musk via video conference. Tesla fired Tripp on June 29th. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I want you to turn to the sentence that says, Gouthro says they debriefed a furious Musk via video conference. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you tell the reporters that?
Not in those words, no.
What did you tell them?
It was more the remembrance of Elon being very extremely upset during during one of those meetings that Nick was giving an update to. Debriefed a furious Musk video conference. Yeah, there was one meeting where Elon was extremely upset in regards to the release of the information of Business Insider, et cetera, et cetera.
Was that meeting via video conference?
It was a Zoom meeting, just like, or a Skype meeting, whatever the platform was, so we used a Zoom, I believe, yeah. So
And was there a video so that you could see Elon Musk on
I think he was actually muted out, but he was on there. I'm not sure, I don't think the video was up.
Would it surprise you to learn that Mr. Musk doesn't use video conference?
I'm very well aware of that, and we got involved with the EP team on that, but he does do video conferences from time to time. He doesn't like any recording devices in the room, and that's something we have to deal with and take care of, but he'll join a conference.
Now, who was on this, whether or not it was by video conference, who was on this call with Mr. Musk?
It was Nick giving an update to Elon in regards to the situation. So it was myself, Nick, Jake was in the room. I believe Jeff Jones was optional on them. I can't remember if he was on it or not. And again, going back to some of those contractors, and I don't know their names. That's the best of my knowledge.
What do you recall the date of this?
No, I did not.
And how many conference calls have you been on with Mr. Musk?
Only 2.
And do you recall the date of either of those?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And I believe you said earlier that you were in the room when Mr. Jacinto was on the phone. Is that correct? You were in the same room as him?
During what time were we speaking about?
The 2 calls that you had.
Yes.
And that was for both calls. You were in the same room?
Yeah, there's a lot of those phone calls that took place between him and Elon, but those are the only 2 I was even around or privy to be around.
And were you a participant in those calls, or were you just in the same room as Mr. Jacinto?
I can't recall.
Do you recall saying anything on either one of those calls?
Absolutely not.
You vividly recall not saying anything?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Understood. I want you to turn now to the last page of Exhibit 4, and it's the one that ends in 1676. And I want you to look at the last full paragraph in the left-hand column. And I want you to look at the sentence that says, they also say, without offering proof, that a Tesla investigator installed a device at the factory to monitor everyone's private communications. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who told you that Tesla installed that device?
Jake Nicole.
And when did this conversation take place?
I can't recall the date.
Do you ever recall an approximate date?
It was after the interview and before the actual incident at the gate. So it was after the main interview that we've been speaking about mostly, but before June 20th.
And what did Mr. Nocone tell you about this device?
It was in previous discussion that we've had, but I was actually in the room when it was installed. But essentially it was, we're going to be monitoring, more closely communication coming in and coming out. If you have any issues with the computers glitching or your phone's restarting, let them know.
And who else was in the room when this conversation took
The
place?
entire staff. It was inside the Security Operations Center in the back row. So myself, Marshall Sprout was there, Parker Fellows, Heather Brown was adjacent behind us, and all my operators were in the room.
Do you remember anyone else by name?
Like my employees?
Yes, when you say all your operators, do you remember their names?
We had Christopher Halliday, Phil, what's his last name? That's the best I can give you on that one. Misty Gardner, who's to the right of her. That's the best I can do right now. There's a couple other people. What was his name? Phil. That's the best I can do right now.
Okay. And do you know what type of device it was?
No, it was just a plain white, almost like a modem box that had a bunch of lights on the front and the back. It wasn't a modem or anything like that, but that was about it.
How do you know it wasn't a modem?
Because I asked
Who did you ask?
Jake.
What did you say to him precisely?
I asked him what the device was, and I asked if it looked like a modem. He said it's not, but just keep me updated on if you see guys anything, like any glitches of the computer or your cell phone restarts, but we're going to be monitoring communication coming in, coming out more closely. And those are all the questions that I asked about that.
Did Mr. Nocone tell you what the box did?
Nope, didn't ask either.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Nocone could tell us more precisely what, in fact, the device was?
I'm sure he could, absolutely. He's the one that installed it.
Was it your understanding that the device was going to be monitoring communications coming in, or that security would just be monitoring
It was said that
communications?
this device will be monitoring communication.
And how do you know that?
It was mentioned.
Who mentioned it?
Jake.
And what did he say specifically?
I can't recall, but that was mentioned. That's the only reason why I decided to even think twice about it later on.
And where was this device installed?
In the back row of the Security Operations Center, closest to the wall and the printer.
And how was it installed?
It was plugged into the wall, had a power cable, and that was it.
So it just had a plug that you plug in, that's it? I have to answer audibly.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Is it possible it was a Wi-Fi extender?
No.
So if Mr. Nocone said it was a Wi-Fi extender, you wouldn't?
I mean, whatever Jake told me, I would believe at that time.
And I think you mentioned that there was another device installed somewhere?
Somewhere in the facility, but again, I didn't ask that question either. It was just somewhere else in the facility. I have no idea.
And who told you that?
Jake did.
And when did that conversation take place?
During the same initial part of the conversation we're talking about.
And what do you remember specifically what Mr. Nocone told you?
No, just other that there's another device.
Anything else that he told you?
Not to my recollection at this point, no.
Did you ever examine the device itself?
Not at all. No.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were present when a battery exploded at the Gigafactory.
Mm-hmm.
Did I answer audibly?
Yes, ma'am. Oh my goodness. All right, hold on.
We can get you another Mountain Dew anytime you
Okay,
want.
no, I'm just crashing off the caffeine. I apologize.
When did that happen?
I do not recall. It was during the beginning of summer. It was definitely during the summertime.
Of 2018?
Yes.
And tell me about that incident, what you remember about it.
There were several different incidents that took place in a short period of time because of the heat. The batteries, if you didn't dunk them, they were known to heat up and possibly explode. We had a different situation on investigation where someone threw a battery under a trash can and it exploded. We had a major fire at that site where we had a massive response from Story County. It was just poor, a battery caught fire and it ignited some of the things around it. But there were several different instances of battery fires that we attended to.
And what was your responsibilities with respect to those fires?
It was coordination with the fire department coming in. The Security Operations Center would play incident command up until it was taken over by the fire department. Coordination with the EMTs and working with Parker for any injuries and just making sure that they're there. Coordinating with EH&S and safety for any hazmat waste disposal or setting up or contaminants. Monitoring live on the camera. And then, of course, any sort of, trying to get to a root cause of what caused it, backing up and doing that brief investigation to provide to the authorities for their reports and things of that nature. Anything else that comes up from the incident commander, and just making sure that centralized communication is going out to the appropriate people.
So I want to take a couple of those pieces. So one of the things you did was making sure that hazmat got involved if any materials needed to be disposed of properly. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Making sure that checkbox is being marked, but yes, it would be a coordination between myself, EH&S, and safety.
And those are internal Tesla departments, EHS and safety?
Yes.
And those folks were tasked with making sure that materials were disposed of appropriately?
Along with a number of other things from an MSDS perspective, or, best practices, keeping aisles clear, OSHA standards and stuff like that. But yes, to answer your question.
And you interfaced with those people, but it wasn't your particular area. Is that correct?
For the actual physical cleanup and those responsibilities, yes. No, but we had to work very closely because of the communication and then just the coordination. And then just making them aware of the situation, because we would have fire alarm panels in the Security Operations Center, so we would be the first ones to be notified of any smoke intrusion alarms or, things going off, or suppression systems not going off or going off, things like that. So we'd be the first ones to be notified unless they saw it visually first, but we were the first responders on that.
And then you would notify who else in Tesla, and if necessary, outside authorities, so that appropriate procedures could be done to contain the fire if there was one?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And then to do whatever cleanup was appropriate as well?
Yes. And it was very common for our team to actually participate in the cleanup because they're all trained, so yes, ma'am.
And did your team take the cleanup seriously when they were participating in it?
Absolutely, yeah. But it was, the scene wouldn't be cleared until there was an actual, and somebody from EH&S that was certified to do that, to clear the scene.
And so Tesla had, when you say EH&S, what does that stand for?
Environmental Health and Safety.
And Tesla had EH&S people on staff that were certified in that?
All the time.
And those folks would be brought in whenever there was a hazardous material to be cleaned up?
Correct. But what we saw was a huge increase in those situations taking place. So there was a lot of conversations about best practices because things were not being properly stored and there was a buildup in certain areas just because production was moving so quickly. So there was a lot of after actions where we had to either move material, shift material, understand that, employees have a responsibility as well with that too. So we had the trained professionals to do it, but we saw an uptick in that because when Model 3 started going through the roof, we had subsequent issues that would take place from an increase in production and headcount. So
production, it's fair to say that production went up during the time period that you worked at the Gigafactory?
It always went up every day, yeah.
Yep.
It seemed like, so.
Now, I think you mentioned earlier, you said, and I apologize, I forget his first name, but Mr. Cerrone brought up the number $150 million to you. Mm-hmm. Do you recall saying that earlier?
I do.
When did he bring up that number?
I want to say it was around April. It was towards the end of his tenure, actually. Around April, May, but internally from a timestamp perspective, we were dealing with a major investigation of copper theft that we had tied to somebody that eventually got prosecuted and charged. But I believe, and this is the best of my knowledge, around April, May time frame, because he was let go in May, so it was around that time frame.
And do you know where he got the $150 million number?
He was in a senior leadership meeting on, it was a combination of different people from across the company at Giga One from different departments.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to how that $150 million that Mr. Cerrone mentioned to you was calculated?
No, but he provided me an email. I forget who the email came from, but it was in an email, a group email, and that figure was listed in there.
And do you recall what the $150 million was referring to?
It
Was
was-
that the copper theft?
It was in regards to copper theft, waste, and a couple of other aggravating circumstances that were added on top of the $150 million, but I can't recall exactly to what. My main focus was on that number based off the theft and the waste management portion of it.
I want to turn your attention to a document that you looked at earlier this morning. It is Exhibit 1, so if I can have you pull that. And I want you to look at the second page, which is page 2 of 5. And in the second full paragraph that starts with Tesla has spent, do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
It says Tesla has spent almost $150 million on scrap materials so far this year, according to internal estimates Business Insider has seen. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll represent to you that the internal estimates came from Mr. Tripp to Business Insider. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how Mr. Tripp calculated that $150 million in scrap?
No, I do believe the information was public to employees internally because it was one of those measures of reducing that number. So it was kind of like a group initiative. So I believe at some point on the internal Confluence page that was a public number for us to actually receive and get after the fact.
You think the $150 million number was public?
There's a whole bunch of different numbers. I'm not sure that's even the same $150 million. Right. But with what he had mentioned, I could see how he got that information, but that was public for a lot of employees on the inside to notice because that was a major initiative that we had to reduce that number immediately.
And do you know what time period the $150 million number that you saw that was published on Confluence, do you know what time period that dealt with?
No, I do not. All I know is that it was introduced to me at that time frame that I had originally talked to you about with Andy Cerrone, and that set my initiative for the rest of the year.
And with Mr. Cerrone, do you know what time period, when that $150 million number he raised with you, do you know what time period that covered?
No.
And you also mentioned earlier, I think we discussed the fact that scrap was sometimes stored in trailers at the Gigafactory.
Yes.
Do you remember that? Was there a team at Tesla that was responsible for making sure scrap was stored appropriately?
Yes.
And what was that team?
I think it was shipping and receiving.
And do you recall any person that was in charge of the shipping and receiving department, any of the names?
Not off the top of my head, no.
But your understanding was that they were in charge of making sure that scrap in the trailers was stored appropriately?
Being stored appropriately, locked, logistics, inbound, outbound, things like that. I mean, there was a team that was responsible. That was a part of their scope of work, I would imagine, yeah.
And was there a team at Tesla to make sure that scrap was stored and disposed of safely?
Of course.
And what was that team?
And I'm not sure exactly what team would have that. I mean, if we're talking about the storage of materials that are appropriate, I would imagine that's EH&S wheelhouse as well from a safety and environmental standpoint.
Sorry, motorcycle got in the way.
Sorry,
I would imagine that's
a
what's...
EH&S function
Thank you.
because of the fact that it's a environmental and safety thing.
Why don't we take a break? I'll streamline some stuff and then we'll come back and do a little more.
Okay, can we do a time check now that we're at this process? What do we think?
Well, I think if you could push it to 3, my guess is we'll be done. I don't know how much follow-up you're going to have, but...
I have a good 10 minutes or so.
Okay, and why don't we take a 5-minute break and
Okay.
then come back and I'll do probably 20 minutes and then we can do...
Okay.
You think you can try and push to 3?
I can do 3. I just got to cancel 1 call, but if I can commit to 3, then I won't cancel my following call.
Okay, let's
Is
do
that
that.
safe?
I think that's pretty safe.
Should we just keep going?
Yeah, if that's okay with everyone.
That's okay with me.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we have to take 5, I think, to change the tape.
That's absolutely. You guys are the boss.
Going off the video record, the time is 12.
Yes.
We're back on the video record, the time time is 2:19.
You mentioned earlier, Mr. Gouthro, that Tesla had possession of a thumb drive from Mr. Tripp's desk. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And how did Tesla get possession of that thumb drive, to the extent you know?
I had set up 2 security officers in plain clothes around the vicinity of his workstation on the 2nd floor. And when he was pulled in by Amari, we confiscated it.
And who were those security officers?
I can't recall their names. They were on Marshall's team at the time.
And to your knowledge, did Tesla ever have possession of, now I'm not talking about the images you were looking at, but possession of the actual physical cell phone of Mr. Tripp?
I can't recall.
You know someone named Carl Hansen?
I do.
When did you meet Carl Hansen?
He was actually an employee of mine during my tenure there, so he reported to me. And then after the fact, we had more discussion.
And that after the fact, you mean after he left Tesla?
After I had left Tesla.
Between the time, when was the last time you spoke to Mr. Hansen when you both were at Tesla, approximately?
Oh, man. I'd say a month before he was let go, just because of other aggravating circumstances with a case that was happening with him.
And approximately when was that?
When he was let go?
Yes.
I can't recall what month that was actually.
It would sound, June 2018 sound possible?
It would be June or July, one or two.
And between when you spoke to him prior to June or July, when was the next time you spoke to him? Was it after you left Tesla?
Yeah, he had reached out to me a couple of times, but just given the sensitivity and things like that, I didn't talk to him or anything until after I had left Tesla. Just because of my involvement in the case that he was involved in.
Now, sometime in 2018, Mr. Hansen reported to you that he'd received a tip about drug trafficking by Mexican cartels in the Gigafactory. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. Answer audibly.
Yes.
Who did Mr. Hansen receive the tip from?
Sergeant Mendoza from Story County Sheriff's.
And did you encourage him to investigate the tip?
Jeff Jones and I had a conversation about looking into the validity of it when it came to the impact of the site. And there was a list of former employees that was provided by Sergeant Mendoza that came in from an anonymous tip. So that took place, and that was the reason why we looked into it, and then things started to expand from there, but that was the reasoning behind that.
And who was the members of the team that looked into it? When you say we, who are you referring to?
At the time, Carl was looking into it. I had a couple other investigators that were assisting with that, to include Christopher Halliday, Ken Davis, which corroborated some of the things that he had seen. And then when it came down to actually looking into a few individuals per that list, Jake Nacone actually helped with a threat assessment or background check on them.
And were you involved in looking into?
I was involved in leading or making sure the investigation from a project management perspective was going in that direction, but I had so many things on my plate, it was just more of a move forward, keep me updated, keep me posted. I would update Jeff on that and a few other things as appropriate on our one-on-one meetings and go from there. But yes, I had oversight on making sure the quality of the report was being done to the best of the ability.
And did the report ultimately conclude that the tip about drug trafficking by Mexican cartels at the Gigafactory was not credible?
It was never deemed either way, conclusive or inconclusive. That report kind of fell off because of the things that took place with other investigations, but I never received a follow-up in regards to that. Time frame was overlapping and pretty close to a lot of the other things that were taking place.
Other than the tip that Mr. Hansen received, are you aware of any evidence of Mexican cartels?
There was regionalized information and other tips that we received from Sergeant Mendoza, but it was left into interpretation, so one could speculate yes and no.
Now, weren't you someone that wanted to terminate Mr. Hansen's employment at Tesla during the first reduction in force in June?
No, not at all.
So if other people said that you wanted to terminate Mr. Hansen, that would be inaccurate?
Absolutely.
Did you ever do a performance review for Mr. Hansen?
No, I did not.
Did you ever tell anyone that you thought Mr. Hansen had poor performance?
I think at certain points in time with his excited behavior, because he's one of the individuals where he gets something, he grasps onto it. So we had some discussions during the course of that time to make sure he kept things objective, that he didn't get personal, and that he only utilized the tools that was available to him at work and nothing else from that perspective. No reaching out to other people. From a federal perspective, he was a federal investigator for 22 years, so he needed to make things objective and keep things in line with what our tools and resources were.
Is it fair to say that you expressed some concern about his performance at Tesla to others?
No, not at all. I mean, when it came down to his decision-making, that was one thing I coached him on, but when it came down to his overall performance as an employee, from a human capital perspective, he was a decent employee. He brought a lot of knowledge to the table.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Hansen made whistleblower allegations at other companies or entities that he's worked for?
One other in Florida, yes.
And what company was that?
I don't recall. I think it was more of a federal thing than anything.
And how did you learn about that?
It was brought to my attention from other people at work during the course of us finding out that he was doing something similar here at Tesla.
And what do you mean doing something similar here?
Meaning that he was going to the SEC.
And did you ever express concerns to others at Tesla before Mr. Hansen went to the SEC?
Yes, I did.
That you were concerned that he might go to the SEC?
No, it was after the fact. I had that right there. I may have had knowledge of it, but to actually take the information and say you're concerned about it, number one, if there's nothing actually taking place at that time, it's irrational, it's stereotyping, and it's something that I would not want anybody to do actually until it actually became prevalent again.
Did you ever tell anyone else at Tesla that you were concerned that Mr. Hansen might try to make up something to be a whistleblower at Tesla?
No, because I had no visibility as to what he was claiming at Tesla at the time. All I know is that he was represented.
What's your understanding of what Mr. Hansen has told the SEC about Tesla?
Aaron?
And you know what? I have quite a few objections on this, but first and foremost, is there any relevance in the Martin Tripp case to the questions you're asking right now?
Well, Mr. Hansen is a witness in this case, so his bias and his conduct is relevant to the case.
But is this going to his credibility as far as, I mean, whether he made statements to the SEC or not, whether he has a whistleblowing 20 years ago, does that go, I mean, maybe the question should be, do you know whether he was found untruthful in the past? Do you know, but I'm just not sure where these questions are going right now.
Well, he's a witness in the case, and his conduct is relevant, and credibility is one piece of that for sure. But I mean, the pending question is the question. I mean, you're free to make whatever objection you want.
What's the question again?
Well, the pending question would be called for speculation, relevance, ask for evidence, assumes facts not in evidence, lack of foundation. Sean, do you even know the answer to what Carl may or may not have disclosed to the SEC?
No, because with him being represented by Stu, that's still privileged information, so that has not been shared with me.
Okay.
I've been asked questions in relevancy to certain topics that I brought to the table, but nothing in relation to Carl, because that's privilege between him and his client or his attorney.
So I want to turn your attention back to Exhibit 4. And the very last page of the article, it ends in 1676.
Okay.
And it's the paragraph that starts, it's on the left-hand column. It says, Gouthro says that after he got fired from Tesla in December, Hansen convinced him he should go public. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that accurate that Mr. Hansen convinced you that you should go public?
Him and I, he helped me understand why he think I should. So I listened to his story. There's a lot of different pieces that he brought to my attention that I was never aware of because, quite frankly, it wasn't any of my business. And that was specifically from his past and other things like that. But he was definitely a part of the ultimate decision. He helped me get to that point, but I ultimately made the decision on my own for multiple different reasons and risks and being targeted. Just because, like, with Martin Tripp and Carl, I'm sitting in the same boat, right? I was let go unbeknownst, and it was an unfair practice. So I also had other things to consider, especially being blackballed in the industry and things like that, but I made the decision on my own.
Now, when you say Mr. Hansen told you some things, did any of those have to do with Mr. Tripp?
No.
So it had to do with other things?
Mm-hmm. It was more of me, because he was my employee, right? So he, the conversation that we had many conversations, but I made the decision myself to answer your question.
And what did Mr. Hansen tell you that convinced you to go public, realizing that you ultimately made the decision yourself?
I don't feel comfortable to answer that question. I mean, there's a lot of things that I could paraphrase, but there's been many conversations.
Well, what are they?
In regards to what he thought about the cartel theft, about how some of the investigations he had brought up, he never saw any after action on. How his phone was having issues with certain things with the device, how he was terminated because of that as a retaliation, which I was a part of and I agreed with, because I was part of that process. So it was me seeing the optic from an employee perspective when I was involved in the investigation perspective that made me come with that decision, nothing else.
And when you say you were involved with, you mean involved in the decision to terminate Mr. Hansen?
Well, there was a reduction in force, but the decision came ultimately from HR and from Jeff Jones. We provided a list of people that we wanted to keep. However, no matter how hard we tried to keep Hansen, he was terminated. And there was no reasoning to do so outside of the fact that he was targeted for filing an SEC claim.
Your testimony is that you had Mr. Hansen on a list of people that you wanted to keep?
Absolutely, and that list does exist.
And was that a list you personally sent to Jeff Jones?
It was a list that we were all responsible with my peers to create based off the reduction in force, based off experience, tenure, and their performance.
Who's the we in that sentence?
Heather Brown, Marshall Sprout, Parker Fellows, myself, Christopher Milburn.
And all of those people, your understanding, wanted to keep Mr. Hansen?
Absolutely, 115%.
And so if other people say that you were one of the people that wanted to terminate Mr. Hansen, that would be untrue?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now the article goes on to say he hired Meissner and filed a formal report to the SEC that backs up Hansen's claims. Do you see that?
I do, yes, ma'am.
How does your SEC report back up Hansen's claims?
Don't know how it does, but Stuart Meisner is the one that reached out to me on his own accord. So when Carl mentioned that I was fired, right, and I was a part of that process that led up to Hansen's termination, whether we wanted to or not, Stuart Meisner reached out to me and offered me that he would represent me based off of that. And then the information I provided him and whatever Carl's providing to him is something for him to build and present.
And as you testified earlier, you don't know what information Mr. Hansen's provided to the SEC?
Nope.
And so when it says that you filed a formal report to the SEC that backs up Hansen's claims, that's not information that the authors got from you. That's something they got from Mr. Meissner.
What that's mentioning is that there is involvement. So my involvement with my claim to the SEC does involve Carl to substantiate some of my claims as to why there's issues. So with Carl reporting to me as my direct employee, that may have been how they got that, but the information being shared as to what SEC claim is doing what or what's on it, that conversation is not being had, and Stu reminds us continuously that's client attorney privilege information.
So are you not going to provide any additional information on the basis that it's attorney-client information? Attorney-client privileged information?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you said that Mr. Meissner has advised you that the additional information is attorney-client privileged information. So my question is, are you not going to provide that information here today on the basis that it's attorney-client privileged information?
Are we talking about the content of the SEC claim?
I'm going to object to Ms. State's testimony. I believe he said he wasn't aware of what information was actually presented, but anything further would be, his conversations with Stewart would be attorney-client privileged. But I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Sean, but I do think you said you weren't actually aware of what Carl even submitted to the SEC.
No, I'm not.
And
Outside of him having an SEC claim, I'm not sure. I haven't seen that 12-page form that you fill out or any of the information or content behind that, no.
And just for the record, any additional conversations you had with Mr. Meissner or with Mr. Hansen, with Mr. Meissner present, you're taking the position those are attorney-client privileged and you're not going to answer questions about those?
Until Stuart Meissner is here with me on these questions, I would say I'm not going to answer that question from any perspective right now until I have that kind of, yes, to answer your question,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Have you ever had a professional license?
What is that, so what are we speaking about, professional license? I mean, I've had certifications and CPPs or PMP or things like that, but I don't think it's a physical license for me to do.
Have you ever had a private investigator's license?
Have I?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Convicted? No.
Have you ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
There was 2006. The initial claim was domestic violence, but it was dropped.
And how was it dropped?
It was a verbal altercation that took place, and when California shows up, one person has to be separated for a period of time. But that was the only reason why it was dropped.
And did you, how was the claim resolved? How was it dropped?
There was how was it dropped?
Yes, why was it, to the extent you know, why was it dropped?
Because the case was dismissed. It became an arrest record. There was some domestic violence courses or anger management courses that I had to take. Is this what we're referring to?
Were you ever charged with domestic violence in 2012 in Santa Clara, California?
No. Santa Clara?
Can you tell me your full name?
Sean Thomas Gouthro.
And is your birth date May 14th, 1986?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to take a quick break to get something printed that I want to show you.
That took place in Gilroy, California, which is neighboring to Santa Clara, but that took place back in 2000 when I was there in California, so it could have been around 2012. 2006 was when I was going to the Marine Corps. That was after I got out of the Marine Corps. That was when I was in Gilroy, California, when I transitioned from Southern California to Northern California. So the time frame matches, but it was in Gilroy, California, which is neighboring to Santa Clara. So that's the one arrest record that I have.
And did you ever plead, did you ever plead in that case at any point?
Plead, I'm sorry,
Did you enter a plea in that case of either guilty or not guilty?
It never got to that point.
Did you ever enter a plea of no contest to those charges?
I can't recall. All I know is that it was dismissed. I was there for a little bit and was released, and that was it.
Did you ever have to serve any time in jail?
No.
Did you have to pay any fines?
No, I just had to pay for an anger management course.
I'm going to take a quick break, print out a document,
Okay.
and show it to you.
Okay.
Going off the video record, the time is 2:37. We're back on the video record, the time is 2:44.
So I want you to take a look at what's been marked as Exhibit 13 in front of you. I'll represent to you that this is a series of documents that was pulled from the Superior Court of California for the County of Santa Clara. And do you see the top document says misdemeanor complaint, and it's the people of the state of California versus Sean Thomas Gouthro. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the domestic violence case that you were referring to?
That was yes, that was the initial thing.
So I want you to turn your attention, and there isn't page numbers at the bottom, but it's the 8th page in. And you see that this is a document titled General Waiver and Plea?
Okay.
And is this your handwriting on it?
I would imagine, yeah.
And it says Defendant Sean Gouthro. Do you see that?
Yes.
I want you to turn to the next page. And do you see that there's a heading that says plea? And then
Okay.
a number 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Under number 1, it says, having in mind the nature of the charges against me, as above set forth, the rights I will be giving up, and all possible consequences of my plea, I plead, and it's got guilty, but with a space, and then no contest with an X in that. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say, to those charges, does that refresh your recollection that you pled no contest to the misdemeanor charge?
Okay. What's the question?
Does that refresh your recollection?
I said yes.
Okay. And do you understand that a no contest plea is the same as a guilty plea?
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
And in fact, if you look under plea where it says no contest plea, it says, I understand for purposes of these proceedings, a plea of no contest is the same as a guilty plea, having the same legal effect and carrying the same consequences and sanctions, and that upon such plea, the court will find me guilty. Further, I admit there is a factual basis for my plea. Do you see that?
I do see this.
And do you see in the box next to it, there's, in the number 3, it says, it's got initials, STG?
Yes.
Are those your initials?
Yes.
And below that, there's a signature with a date of January 9th, 2013. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Is that your signature?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that you had to pay for anger management courses after pleading no contest?
Yeah, that's what I paid for, yeah.
Did you recall having to pay a fine or anything else?
No, I didn't.
Was there any other requirement after your plea that you had to fulfill other than anger management classes?
Not to my recollection, no.
And can you turn back to the 3rd page of the document? Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
That there is it's the one that's with the heading says State of Washington Department of Licensing. Did you ever have a license as an armed private security guard?
I had to obtain one as a part of the training and program that I had to build, but I don't think... Actually, I did, yes. I did. Yeah.
And do you hold that license today?
It's been expired for a long time.
Did you lose that license as a result of this case, or just did it expire naturally?
I never lost anything because of this. This whole thing that you're trying to present to me was dropped.
Well, you pled no contest, right? That's why the case was
There was
ended.
also a child involved. Some of the decisions I made were based off the fact that there was a child involved. So I understand where you're going with this, but I don't see the connection.
Well, do you see that this letter is from the Department of Licensing of the State of Washington, and that it's conducting an investigation to determine the eligibility of you, Mr. Gouthro, to maintain your license as an armed private security guard? Do you see that?
I did. I also had another one similar to this for my TSSCI clearance that I had to have for this job too, which I still have.
And do you have any knowledge one way or another as to what the result of the State of Washington's investigation was?
No, I don't recall.
Did the State of Washington withdraw your license or cancel your license to be an armed private security guard?
To my knowledge, my license was still in effect.
After you pled no contest?
So we need to keep in mind here that Washington was well after the fact of me being in California.
Well, you see the letter we're looking at says September 27th, 2014, correct?
This must have been at the beginning of my new hire. Okay. That's after...
When did your...
Okay, what's the question?
Do you still hold your armed private security guard license in the state of Washington?
No, they're only good for a year, so it would be gone. It expired.
And did the result of this investigation result in you losing that license, or did it just expire because the year expired?
I can't recall.
Can't recall one way or another?
No, I mean, some of this information is... You're refreshing my memory on this, so what's the next question?
Now, when were you were terminated from Tesla, isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
And you were terminated for performance reasons?
That's what they claim.
And when was that?
December
Of 2018?
when I was fired?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been terminated from any other job for performance-based reasons?
No, it was performance, so it was in lieu of termination, but that was because of the decisions. There are a bunch of other decisions that are in the process of that.
Are you talking about it at Tesla?
Are you talking about like prior companies I've worked for?
Yes.
No.
At Allied Barton BA Systems, did you resign or were you terminated?
I was promoted.
Well, eventually you left, right?
I was with Allied Universal under multiple contracts. Those were my clients. I was with Allied Universal for almost 10 years. I was promoted. So the names of those companies were just that I went from different positions and had different clients under that portfolio at that time.
So what was the name of your employer?
Allied Universal.
Right. And when did you stop working for Allied Universal?
I can't recall the date, but that's when I went in-house with Facebook and got promoted. So Facebook was a part of my clientele. They liked me and did an interview, went internal. That's when I left Allied Universal in positive terms.
And you resigned from Allied Universal. You weren't fired.
No.
And what about Facebook? Why did you leave Facebook?
A combination of reasons, personal and work-related.
And was it a voluntary resignation from Facebook?
In lieu of, yes.
What do you mean in lieu of?
I decided to leave. I mean, I was possibly going to get terminated based off a series of personal events that took place, but I left.
What was those series of personal events?
I'm not going to discuss that.
Were they related to your performance at Facebook?
It did affect some of my performance, but it didn't. That wasn't a reason for anything major, no.
So in lieu of being terminated by Facebook, you decided to resign?
Yeah, there was a massive severance. Yeah, exactly. So yes.
And who told you at Facebook that you were at risk of being terminated?
What's the relevance of these questions?
My question still stands.
I understand that, but I'm not going to answer that question right now until I understand where we're going with this.
You're refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm not answering. I'm not. Right now, yes, I'm refusing to answer the question.
What were the reasons that someone at Facebook gave you for why you might be terminated if you didn't resign?
I'm not answering that question. I'm refusing to answer that question.
Aaron, are you going to instruct him not to answer, or are we going to have him back to answer these questions?
Can we have a quick recess?
Certainly.
Talk to my client really quick.
Certainly.
Sean, can you step out of the room and give me a call?
Going off the video record, the time is 2:53. We're back on the video record. The time is 3 o'clock.
So before the break, I was asking you some questions about Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
You resigned from Facebook in lieu of being terminated, is that correct?
Correct.
And who at Tesla told you that you were going to, I'm sorry, yes. Who at Facebook told you that you would be terminated if you didn't resign?
The situation is a little more complicated than that. And that's one of the reasons why I got a little emotional about it. So they offered me so global security was no longer an option given the capacity that I was working in, right? Because of some things that I was going through personally. There was a divorce happening at the same time. Both the kids were gone, and my friend committed suicide all in the same month. So because of my job role operationally, it was deemed that I wasn't mentally capable during that time to continue to lead an operation like that. So I was given the opportunity to go to different departments outside of security, but I did not accept. So that's what led to that.
And so you would have been terminated for that reason if you had not elected to resign.
That is correct.
An objection to Ms. Sage's prior testimony.
And when was it that you left Facebook? What time period, approximately?
I'd say a couple months before I went on board with Tesla.
And did you advise anyone at Tesla, or did you join Tesla Security, correct?
Yes.
And did you advise anyone at Tesla that Facebook had deemed you unfit to continue in a security role?
Andy Cerrone was aware of that because he was friends with Alex, and then Scott Gardner.
And who is Andy Sterling?
Andy Cerrone?
I'm sorry, Andy Cerrone.
I informed him, yes.
You informed Andy Cerrone?
Yes.
And did you inform anyone else?
No, he was my recruiter, that's who I was doing my interviews with.
After Mr. Cerrone left, did you tell anyone at Tesla about your prior experience at Facebook?
No, because that was a temporary phase that I had gone through. I mean, that's a lot for anybody to deal with. So that was a temporary type deal.
That is all my questions. I don't know if, Robert, you want to change spots?
No, I'm good.
You're good from there.
Let's get interrupted here quickly. I just have a few follow-up questions. Back on Tripp versus Tesla. You had talked about, in response to some questions that counsel asked you about these perceived unethical acts by Tesla, and you remembered some and others you couldn't recall. To the extent that the evidence shows that Mr. Musk referred to Mr. Tripp as a saboteur, and that information was released by Tesla to the public, would you view that as an unethical practice given what you know, or better yet said, what we don't know about Mr. Tripp's activities at Tesla?
Objection, compound, assumes facts not in evidence, lacks foundation.
Yes.
There was a public spokesperson for Tesla that was quoted on July 21st, the day after the alleged shooting event, and after the evening where you indicated that the Story County Sheriff's Office said there was no credible threat, where the spokesperson for Tesla said, "Yesterday afternoon we received a phone call from a friend of Mr. Tripp telling us Mr. Tripp would be coming to the Gigafactory to shoot the place up. Police have been notified and actions are being taken to enhance security of the Gigafactory." End of quote. In view of what was discovered and concluded by the Sheriff's Office the night before, was that an ethical statement to put out to the public in your view?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
I think at that point, unethical or not, I think the correct word I would use is non-factual.
It was inaccurate, right?
That's correct.
It was misleading, wasn't it?
In my opinion,
Objection, calls for speculation, expert testimony.
it was inaccurate.
In order to state a fair and accurate presentation to the public, wouldn't Tesla have wanted to tell the public that the Story County Sheriff's Office had said there was nothing to the threat?
Objection, misstates the Story County Sheriff's Police report.
I would think just out of best practice and partnership all around that would be something that would be done, but I'm not sure as to the reasoning as why they decided to go down that route. Because at the same time, it kind of put the sheriff's department in a little bit of a different light as well. So I'm not sure.
In view of what you learned over the course of your investigation, both professionally and personally, into the activities of the Gigafactory, subsequent to June 20th, would one of the other unethical acts, in your opinion, be the fact that Tesla continued to maintain that Tripp's statements about and his concerns about waste and other production issues were unfounded, when in fact the evidence clearly was that they were based in fact?
Objection, misstates facts, misstates documents here today, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, and compound.
I could see that, yes.
In fact, based upon your review of the facts, would you or would you not agree that all the very things reported in the very first July 4th, 2016 Business Insider article were since borne out by the evidence that's come out about Tesla?
Objection, compound, vague and ambiguous.
From my optic and what I've seen and what I was involved in, I can agree to that statement. But I will say that there's probably some things that I am not aware of. But from my optic, what I dealt with and the information I've received and been told, yes.
Mr. Gouthro, earlier in one of your responses to counsel, you indicated that the call that was made by you to the Story County Sheriff's Department was to the non-emergency number, not 911. Why is that?
I wanted to get in direct contact with Chief Dawson. That was the decision I made because at the time I still knew in the back of my mind that I did not know the physical location. It was reported to be in Vegas. That's where that came from. So I can't recall the reasoning behind that operationally, but I called Chief Dawson first, couldn't get a hold of him, so I contacted the dispatcher, who's the same one, both non-emergency and emergency, it was the same person, to see if I can get his personal cell phone or somebody else that was there to talk to about the options that we had. Because again, I wasn't really, calling, it wasn't an active thing that was taking place. It was more of an immediate, type, what resources and allocations do you have that you can, provide to us? Because the time frame was still unknown at that time. So that was the rationale behind my decision on that.
If at that moment in time you had wanted to know where Mr. Tripp was, there's no question you could have reached out to the private investigator and asked them the private investigator whose job was to tell them where he's at, right?
Could have been,
Objection
yes.
assumes facts, not in evidence.
What was your answer, sir?
Yes, I could have.
Now, you talked about this device that was in the security office at the Gigafactory, and that there was another one somewhere else you had been told by Mr. Noken. Have you ever heard of the device referred to as a Stingray?
It's been mentioned before, but I couldn't confirm if that's what it was or not.
Where have you heard that term used at Tesla?
There's been conversations that we've had internally amongst the peers. I've other people in the industry that I've talked to about that. Just pretty much, again, educating myself on the possibilities at that point, but that's the extent.
Another name for such devices is GSM interceptor or IMSI catcher. Have you heard those phrases as well?
Yes, I have.
Did you hear those terms used at Tesla?
I can't recall.
Now, you were asked a question in the context of looking at the June 4th, 2018 Business Insider article about the reference to $100 million in scrap, and you indicated you couldn't remember when you had first been told about that, but to use, I wanted to drill back in on that, to use that article as a frame of reference, one would presume, would it be fair to assume you knew about that before the article?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation, misstates prior testimony.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gouthro.
Okay.
I just have a couple follow-up. If Mr. Tripp gave confidential Tesla information to Lynette Lopez, would you consider that a violation of his NDA?
Objection to form foundation.
If Martin Tripp gave, what was the word again?
If Mr. Tripp gave confidential Tesla information to Lynette Lopez, would you consider that a violation of his NDA?
Objection to form foundation.
Based on the question that you're asking, yes.
If Mr. Tripp gave confidential Tesla information to a reporter, would you consider that unethical?
If he didn't follow the steps in the direction that he should have, whether it was the release, so if no other steps were taken during that process, yes.
And what other steps are you thinking of?
Well, any information that gets released to any media, I mean, it's not a violation of the NDA, but there's steps with legal communication, comms, stuff like that. I mean, there's a process that'd be involved that wouldn't be able to make the decision on his own.
So it would be unethical for Mr. Tripp to give confidential information to Lynette Lopez without going through those steps?
If the investigation concluded, which I didn't see the conclusion of the report, if that were to be the decisive factor on it, then yes, to answer your question.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you know in dollar amount how much scrap the Gigafactory generated in the first 2 quarters of 2018?
The information's been provided to me, but I don't know the numbers off the top of my head right now. I mean, there's a lot. There's 130, there's 100, there's 180 million. There's different figures floating around.
And we talked about the 150 before, and you're not sure what that time period was, correct? What that time period covered, the 150 million?
It was just what was provided to me by Andy Cerrone at the beginning of my tenure. Yeah, that was based off leadership calls that I wasn't privy to, but that was based off a company initiative.
That was provided to you at the beginning of your tenure, so in early 2018?
Depends on what figure we're talking about. There's a lot of different figures here, but that was, when we're talking about theft of materials and things of that nature, 130 million, that around that figure was what was provided.
And
Yeah.
when was that provided to you, do you recall?
I can't remember, I mean, I thought I answered that question earlier, I think.
I think you just said the beginning of your tenure, so I'm wondering when that is.
Now I'm at the beginning of my tenure, but so I began in January. That conversation, that was after the theft, that prosecution of the staters, that was April, May. That's what I said, that was towards the end of Andy's tenure. Yes, so April, May timeframe, I think is what I said earlier. That was that figure, yes.
So if it was the April, May time period, that figure couldn't have been just quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 2018 because quarter 2 hadn't ended yet, correct?
That would be Q4 numbers at that time frame.
Okay. From 2017?
Those are quarterly figures. I'm not sure what quarter it was, but it was a quarterly figure.
Okay. And you don't know which quarter it was?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Let me follow up on your new questions about the propriety of Mr. Tripp going to Linda Lopez.
Okay.
When you went to the SEC, you revealed to the SEC, without getting into details, you revealed information concerning your experience and your employment at Tesla, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you told us earlier you didn't do that for any kind of monetary advantage or out of motivation to get paid, right?
No.
You were doing it for a public service?
Well, because of there's issues taking place at a company that you would imagine that need to be fixed or aren't being fixed, or it's influencing stakeholder opinion or things. I mean, there's a number of reasons, but it's more of the fact that the SEC is there to fix issues that aren't being reported to a certain degree, correct?
All right. To follow up on counsel's question, which was entirely hypothetical, if Mr. Tripp had gone through the process of revealing to different supervisors his concerns about scrap, about safety concerns, about misrepresentations to the public regarding production activities at the company, and didn't get a response that he thought was appropriate, would you think then it's unethical for him to go public in those circumstances?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation, incomplete hypothesis.
I wouldn't think that it would be unethical. I mean, everyone has to make a decision on what's right and what's wrong, and that could vary, right? So I can't speculate on that. The question I was answering was more specifically in relation to the verbiage of an NDA and what that would constitute. But to answer your question, I don't think it would be unethical if you follow those processes, but everyone has to make that decision on when that line's drawn.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing further either.
Beg your pardon?
Nothing further either. We can probably let the witness go and maybe go off the record, but I do have a stipulation for the record. I know he's got to get somewhere.
What about the video?
It can be off the video, I think.
This concludes the video deposition of Sean Gouthro on May 29th, 2019. We're off the video record at 3:15.